good all-around player. Could you give us a superstar for him?
Yeah, exactly.
For them, no.
Exactly. It doesn't work that way.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
the other
exactly
team has
right.
to say yes.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Daryl's in old Brooklyn. Hello, Daryl.
All right, Daryl.
Yes, gentlemen. I'm gonna make a couple of points real quickly.
Please.
Take your time. We have another hour.
First of all, by bringing it back, why would you bring it back with the same coach who got the same philosophy? You're gonna have the same issue. Second of all, is I like the trade because it does free up some money to get rid of Donovan. But what I don't like about
What trade, Daryl? What trade?
The trade rumor that you talked about, sending Donovan.
Oh, with Donovan to the Spurs?
Right.
Yeah.
I like the trade because it frees up some money for us to make some moves. What I don't like about the trade is the fact that the Cavaliers are going to go out and get somebody who did a great job for the team that they were with, but when he comes here, they're not going to play him the same way like they did Larry Hughes years ago coming to the Cavs. Before he came to the Cavs, he averaged 22 points a ball game. He had all these steals. He had all these assists. But when he came to Cleveland, they changed his game, and he was horrible.
Yeah, they made him stand in the corner instead of having a ball in his hands. That's why I always scream that they should have did Michael Redd and threw the money at him instead.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is that,
he stayed in
Cavaliers,
Milwaukee.
He did say Milwaukee, right?
By choice. Larry was their third choice there.
Yeah.
the Cavaliers are going to try to get somebody good for Donovan, but they're not going to play that player which made the Cavaliers want to go get him in the first place the way that he needs to play.
Daryl, thank you very much. Larry Hughes, by the way, was a really nice guy and when he was here, and a really good player.
But I feel like the Cavs aren't.
But it didn't work here.
At that point in the league, when they brought in Larry Hughes, and if I'm wrong, Jeff, you probably have a better memory on this stuff than I do. But at that point, it was a style of ball that you didn't see a whole lot throughout basketball, where it was basically like, okay, we're going to play 4 out, 5 out, and we're going to have a forward who is an unbelievable passer as well, play a lot of isolation ball, kick out to shooters
You mean
who
LeBron?
are collapsing. Exactly.
Yeah.
When they brought in Larry Hughes.
Yeah, Larry's game was not stand there and knock down
Correct.
shots.
Yeah, he was more of a rhythm shooter than
Yep.
he was a stand there and hit those kind of shots.
Yep.
So I think now there are more guys that fit what the Cavaliers are looking to do than there were back with the Larry Hughes trade. But I get exactly what you're saying, Daryl. I'm understanding.
Hey, Ron, we got about 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Gotcha. Hey, Jeff. Hey, Minigan. Actually, Cleveland said it best. I mean, who made the Final Four? The Cavs really aren't that bad. Two, I love, and Jeff, I know you probably know him a little bit. I love Steve Kerr. When Kenny Atkinson was hired, I thought we were getting a little bit of Steve Kerr. We did the first season. We didn't this season. Just change on the periphery. We need Duncan Robinson meets Mitchell Robinson, 2 players, somebody that can stop a run, somebody can make a difficult shot to stop a run, and then when we're holding on to the lead at the end, we need a Mitchell Robinson person to get that offensive rebound. So they really just need those 2 players. If we can clone them or get those 2 guys with this core, I think we'll be all right. And then Kenny needs to channel it under Steve Kerr. Hopefully I got that in within 30 seconds.
Ron, you did.
You
Nice
killed
job.
it.
Yeah, that was
It's well
really
played.
good. Kenny Atkinson is catching a lot of grief because of the way this season ended. They made it to the Final Four.
Mm-hmm.
They made it to the Final Four.
And again, all the people who are questioning Kenny Atkinson
26
too,
teams didn't.
you tell James Harden to play differently. Good luck.
Guess what? We're going to be talking about the Cavs extensively
Ask Nick Nurse about trying to get James Harden to play differently.
in the weeks ahead. And it is going to be a huge and fascinating offseason in the NBA. I mean, there are going to be some names that get traded, moved. It's going to be fun. Chris Ossenheimer covers the Guardians for the Chronicle Telegram. What is going on? Guys are getting injured. Who's in, who's out? Ossie next.
channel. You get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
There are no major issues, really, maybe. Or maybe there are major issues. Guardians are tied for first place. They've been rolling right along. Seems like a typical Guardian season in the making here, but major injury the other day. Let's go to the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Joining us on Baskin and Phelps, the man who covers the Guardians for the Chronicle Telegram. He's done it for a long time, actually since 1997. That's a long time, Chris Ossenheimer. Congratulations.
I'm not sure I deserve it, but thanks.
I think you do deserve it.
You've done a good job. You've tricked them long enough.
For longevity alone, I'll give myself that.
There you go. Absolutely. Thanks for your time today, bud. We appreciate it.
Of course.
If you looked at the offense, you would think, you know what? Okay, they're having issues. It's not good. As long as Jose Ramirez doesn't get hurt and miss an extended period of time, you'll be okay. So Jose gets hurt, and he's going to miss an extended period of time with the hamate bone injury. What to do if you're Stephen Vogt?
I mean, what can you do? You lose your best player for at least a month. I mean, it's just as you said, you know. I mean, and I guess the only silver lining that there is no silver lining. But if there's anything that you can point to, is that, as you guys know, Jose was not having his normal season. He wasn't carrying the team. He had just started to get hot, that's another thing that makes it bad. But anyway, they were still winning without him and Quan, you know, two of their offensive leaders. So I can. That's what I'll hold on to, because they weren't getting the MVP candidate Jose this first half. They just weren't. And they still stayed afloat. So I really don't see. Yes, it's a terrible blow, but this team in general, you can't count this team out. I mean, they've seen desperation plenty of times. Vogt's first year, Shane Bieber, their ace, goes down 2 starts in. The next year, 2 pitchers suspended. They're down 15 and a half games. They win the division again. So, I mean, they've certainly faced adversity, and if there's anything good or positive to come from that, it's that they've done it before and they've handled it before. So I don't think they're sitting there saying, oh, woe is me. I really don't.
So then, Chris, who do you think plays third for them, at least in the near term?
Boy.
Well, that's reassuring. Thank you very much.
No, it's going to be Gabe Arias. I would expect to see 3 guys there. Gabe Arias, Daniel Schneemann, and David Fry. So, yeah. I mean, Arias was in the lineup the first game at third, then the rained-out game. So that he was going to get the first shot. But I think it'll wind up being kind of a platoon with Schneemann and Arias and Fry mixed in there a little bit.
All right. Can I give you the heavy side question that follows this then? Who hits second?
I think it's going to be Brian Rocchio.
Okay.
He was listed second in the lineup for Sunday.
Okay.
Correct.
I saw it was listed that way, but I wonder if that was going to be long term. I liked how quick you got to that, though. That makes me feel better.
Yeah. Well, I actually wrote it yesterday, so that was my off-day story was Rocchio. So, and I was talking about how they trust him so much, they moved him to shortstop when Arias went down, and now he's taking over for Jose, their best hitter, and in the 2-hole. But yeah, I think that's the way it'll start. But I don't think you're gonna see some lineups, guys jumping around in different spots. We don't know what's going on with Chase DeLauder. Still don't have any real update on that.
No.
And
if he goes on the IL, Chris, you got another big storyline and questions.
Right. And I got to tell you, I'm not trying to be negative here, but I mean, I would think we would have heard something by now if it was positive. So, I mean, but I don't know. It's just weird. They really, I mean, at first, I'll say this though. At first, you thought it was an oblique when he's running to first, holding his side like that, because we didn't really see any injury when he crashed into the wall, and then he comes up and he gets the first hit of the game off Skubal, and as he's running down to first base, you're like, oh my God, he's got an oblique, which I believe that's one of the injuries he dealt with in the past, and that's never good, as you guys know. But if it is a fractured rib, I mean, I guess that's better than an oblique.
How interesting.
And that's
Go ahead, Chris. I'm sorry.
No, but that's not, it's not etched in stone. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's going on. They've done multiple tests on him. So that leads me to believe another thing. It's like, well, didn't you see something with the MRI? Apparently they went with the CT scan too. So I don't know. This might end up being much ado about nothing, and you might see him, I don't know. I bet we're going to get an update pregame from Stephen Vogt today for sure.
The one guy on this team, and Chris Ossenheimer joining us, covers the Guardians for the Chronicle Telegram. The one guy in this team who I've thought all year, how are you going to use him? Because whatever you're doing now doesn't seem to be really using him. And can he actually help you? Is a guy you mentioned in that third base mix, and that's David Fry. What's up with David? And do you think David can be the player that he was 2 years ago in that first half of the season when he made the All-Star team?
I would not go that far. I don't know. It seems to be he's been the odd man out. Definitely, you're right.
Yes, yeah.
But now if the Lauder's out, then you're definitely going to see him more. I mean, I think his role changes for sure, but if the Lauder's out, then it definitely changes. But if he's just spelling guys over at third base, I don't think it's going to be any different than we had before. Because the DH, that spot's gone. I mean, I just don't know that they think that he's that guy anymore. And it's not his fault, really, I guess. But I could never. It was a surprise when he made the All-Star team, 2 years ago or whatever it was.
It was a great first half.
It was very fun.
Yeah, it was a great first half.
For sure. And he hit a big home run, a couple big home runs, I think, in the postseason too.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, it'd be great if he could find a little bit of that, But it just seems like he's still. Again, if the Lauder's out for any time, then yeah, he's playing out there, and we're gonna see a lot of David Fry, and maybe that's a good thing because maybe regular playing time would turn him around.
Chris Ossenheimer joining us. Read him all the time at the Chronicle Telegram. All sorts of great stuff there. We need a little bit of happiness and positive in all of this stuff. Cade Smith has been blowing me away, at least of late when it's come to the ninth inning. It seems like he's going to be the guy that will definitely be etching in his All-Star appearance this year as well. How impressive has Cade Smith been at the back end of that bullpen?
Yeah, he's been just like you need. I've heard some people saying, "Oh, he always makes it interesting," and it's like I don't know what you're watching because that dude is just as cool as it gets. Never shows any emotion. Like you see guys all the time screaming and yelling, and not him. He's just like ice cold every time out there, and he's been tremendous for sure. And gosh, think about if they didn't have Cade Smith. You lose your two-time All-Star closer, who's arguably the best closer in the game at the time. And that's all right. We got Cade Smith. Just another. I mean, if there is positivity here. It's another time they overcame adversity, and I mean that guy, like you said, he's just been unbelievable. What, 20 saves in a row? It's crazy, and to think the way he started out too, because it was the first couple appearances, he was giving up runs, and it's like, oh, okay, is he ready to be the full-time closer? I don't know. And then he answered it emphatically, that's for sure.
Chris, I think it's fascinating. Let me hold on a second. Knock on wood. Guardians have still only had 5 guys start games this year. That doesn't happen. That's fascinating. I wonder if Logan Allen is sitting in AAA thinking, am I ever going to get a chance this year? I was up for like a day. But, man, the health of that rotation has been one of the keys so far in this stretch. Who's impressed you most out of that bunch? Or a couple of guys? Or all of them?
Well, I would have to go with Parker Messick first. I mean, to be a rookie and come out and do what he's done is just it's crazy. I certainly did not see this happening. I mean, he's number 2 starter basically.
Yeah.
And you know what? And Tanner Bybee, I don't care what anybody says. The guy's had a good season. He had some terrible luck. He's pitching really well now. But just if I had to pick one that's impressed me the most, it would be Messick. I mean, Gavin Williams has been great. The only 2 guys that have really had any consistent issues have been Ciccone and Cantillo, and it's not like they're getting lit up every time they're out there. You know, those guys have even started to turn the corner a little bit. But it's clear. I mean, if they can. That's another reason they can stay in contention because of those guys. You don't need a whole lot of offense when you get a chance to win basically every night they run them out there.
One of the most impressive things that's also taken place has been Travis Bazzana and the fact that, we know how baseball goes. These guys come up all the time, Chris, and they hit really well for a while, and then pitchers make an adjustment, and then it kind of heads down for a little bit. It hasn't happened to Travis Bazzana yet. How impressed have you been with watching him?
Yeah, I mean, he certainly looks like the real deal. Him and DeLauder have struggled recently, but, I mean, that's to be expected. Like you said, I mean, pitchers are going to make adjustments, but I have all the confidence in the world that Bazzana's going to make adjustments too. He just doesn't look out of place, and it's first couple games, that air, the throwing air, and the double play, and it looked like okay, he's just. But what do you expect? And now, I mean, unless he went into a serious slide, I mean that's your second baseman for the rest of the year, and what a great thing to happen, Bring him up for the first taste of the big leagues, and like you said, I mean, Hosey had to go back down. So if by chance this kid hits a slide, I mean that could happen. I mean everybody gets sent down once, unless you're Mike Trout. That's what Vogt always says. But yeah, I don't have. I mean, I have no belief or reason to think that he's going to go that way. I think he keeps doing what he's doing.
Chris Ossenheimer covers the Guardians for the Chronicle Telegram. You can follow him on X at @CAwesomeheimer. I see what you did there. HEIMER.
Yeah.
At
right.
@CAwesomeheimer. Well done. Thanks, buddy.
Correct. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Chris. Talk soon.
Chris, covering the Guardians for the Chronicle Telegram, and he's terrific at it. We just kicked around some thoughts there. We are here to help Stephen Vogt. What can we do to help Stephen manage Jose Ramirez being out, manage Chase DeLauder being out? We're just the guys to do it. Next on Baskin and Phelps.
You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
No Jose Ramirez. Month? 5 to 7 weeks? Last time something happened with Jose, he healed quickly. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean anything because he's older now and it's a little different deal. How long will he be out? Chase DeLauder, we're waiting word. How long will he be out?
It did scare me. Chris brought up a really good point there. And, of course, if you missed Chris, use the Radio Rewind function to give Chris a listen.
That's Chris Ossenheimer.
Yes, on the Odyssey app, of course, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local expert in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. It scared me because he brought up the point we haven't heard anything yet, and you're right. Typically in baseball terms, no news is
bad news.
Yeah, it's one of the few places on this earth where no news is bad news.
Yeah. So what happens? Well, by golly, we're here to help, Dano.
Woohoo!
Stephen Vogt needs our help. We've done this before.
Or so we've determined.
We've determined. At least at 1:20 on Tuesday, June 16th, he needs our help.
Darn right.
So what do? No Jose. Let's assume Chase DeLauder is not going to be there. Okay? Let's assume Angel Martinez will be.
Yes.
He was dinged up. The word was on Sunday he could be available off the bench. So that doesn't sound like it's a bad injury. So let's go ahead and assume that Angel Martinez is going to be available. What do you do? What do you do? How do you keep this afloat? I have ideas. Ready?
I'm ready.
Some of them we kind of touched on just a little bit. Travis Bazzana will continue to lead off. He'll play second base.
Makes sense to me.
I'm going to do what Stephen Vogt did on Sunday's lineup card, even though that game was rained out, and that is move Brian Rocchio up from number 9 in the lineup to number 2.
I am good with that idea until we get word on Chase DeLauder, and then which case we'll go from there.
We're assuming DeLauder's out for the sake of this little exercise.
Yeah, but I mean, it's your second best hitter. Let's go.
If, in fact, DeLauder is okay, that changes things. Right now, he's not okay, at least for the sake of this argument.
Darn right.
Here's where things start to get interesting. My number 3 hitter, I'm going to have Angel Martinez.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
He's going to be my 3 hitter.
I'm not against it.
He's doing okay. He's a switch hitter, and he's okay against both sides. 247 as a left-handed hitter, 235 as a right-handed hitter. It's no great shakes, but he has shown power. He's shown some clutch ability, and I'm going to have Angel Martinez as my number 3 hitter. I just think it's the thing to do. And he's also leading the team in home runs right now. I mean, Jose is second with 10. So I'm going to put him at 3. This will be, you can change this on any given night. We can go with the Vogt philosophy of let's beat the starting pitcher. We'll put the lineup together to beat the starter. My cleanup hitter, this is where I'm not going to get overly creative, okay? It's time to just do this. Nope, just hang with me.
I know what this is.
No, you don't.
I don't?
My cleanup hitter's Kyle Manzardo.
Oh, I thought this was going to go a different direction.
Well, it's going to in a minute.
I figured.
And I'll combine these two. My cleanup hitter is Kyle Manzardo, and my 5th hitter is Rhys Hoskins.
There it is.
And they are alternating, whichever way they want to alternate, between first base and designated hitter. Now, you want the absurdity of this?
Please, please.
They've platooned these guys, right?
Yes. Which didn't the two of us say more times than we can count, for the love of God, don't platoon them?
Kyle Manzardo is a left-handed hitter. Against left-handed pitching, he's hitting .362. But he doesn't get a lot of opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
Against right-handed pitching, that's the matchup because he's a left-handed hitter.
That, of course. That's how good managers make their money.
He's hitting .213. Does that make any sense to you?
Depending on what the power numbers look like, it can.
You want to keep the absurdity going? Reese Hoskins, right-handed hitter. Against left-handed pitching, that's supposed to be the benefit, right? The ball's breaking, here it comes. You get a better look at it. Ball's breaking in on you a lot. He's hitting 140 against left-handed pitching, but against righties, 70 points higher at 210.
Oh, my word. I'm looking at this now. Yeah, he is hitting. Comensardo is hitting lefties. Well, what are we doing here?
I don't know. Why are you platooning when your right-handed batter is hitting righties better and your left-handed hitter is hitting lefties better? Just put them in the lineup and leave them alone, both of them.
A 432 on base with a 485 slug. I mean, that's nuts. I mean, he's hitting the ball decently well. Now, again, it's not a lot of plate appearances. I will definitely say that.
That's exactly right.
I mean, we're talking 37 plate appearances, but you would probably look at that at some point, especially now.
And there's the point. Now, just put those two guys at 4 and 5. You want to flip them on a given night against the starting pitcher? Fine, do it. Whatever you want to do. Manzardo and Hoskins are playing every day.
It's always the great argument of baseball. Like, well, he can't hit lefties. Well, how often does he face lefties? Well, he doesn't because he can't hit them.
Yeah, Manzardo can't face them. He's hitting 362.
It turns into the circular conversation very quickly. And right now, you need to end the circle.
So I'm just going to play both of those guys every day.
I agree completely.
DeLauder's not available to be your DH, and if he's healthy, you're playing him in right field. Okay, but they're trying to limit his risk for injury. Now he's injured. Just play Manzardo and Hoskins. I'm going to hit Stephen Kwan 6th, and I'm going to play him in center field.
Yeah, because I have to.
I'm going to put him in center and leave him alone. My third baseman, I hate to platoon. I'm going to platoon. Daniel Schneemann, Gabe Arias. They're platooning at third base. If Gabe shows that he can't hit, then I might rethink things. But Schneemann deserves a majority of the at-bats, and he's going to get him as a left-handed hitter against righties.
He's gotten pretty cold.
Yes, I know he has.
He has gone very cold.
But give me better options. Could it be David Fry in that mix? Maybe. And I'm open to the idea of Fry being in that third base mix as well.
I just continue to say, he's a wonderful human being, and I understand that.
I know.
Just every time
he hasn't hit since the first year 2 years ago.
Yep.
Or first half 2 years ago.
Yeah. And I get it. He's a great guy. I just never understood the fascination.
In left field, I'm platooning like crazy. And any given night, any given inning, David Fry, Daniel Schneemann, if he's not playing third that night, if you switch pitchers, I'm going to put him in left field. Or right now, Stuart Fairchild. And a catcher, you're just going to keep going with Bailey and Hedges, and I'm going to bat them ninth.
Yeah.
I'm losing my leadoff hitter batting ninth in Brian Rocchio. It's going to be Bailey or Hedges. So there you go. Something like that. Now, there are things here that make this a little more interesting. When DeLauder comes back, he goes back to his right field and DH role. But then if Manzardo and Hoskins start to hit a little bit, as they get more at-bats, you got to get both of those guys in the lineup, don't you? You have to.
You do.
Hoskins played left field the other day.
He did.
And as Stephen Vogt said,
using play loosely.
Whatever he would do for the team, he said, whatever the team needs, I'm in. Well, he hadn't played the outfield in about 8 years.
We're going to use play loosely. He did stand out there and pick the ball up when it stopped moving.
Can I go back to my buddy's line? I have a good buddy who played baseball at Michigan State.
Please.
Michigan State's coach said his philosophy was this: you're not very good with the glove, huh? But by golly, you'll hit in 2 runs and give up 1 because of your glove. Son, congratulations. You're in the lineup batting 5th.
Yep. It's the Manny Ramirez rule playing the
Well, it is.
The monster and left.
It is.
Yep. You're going to be a mess out there? Perfect. We don't care.
Hopefully DeLauder's back, and he's obviously in the lineup. But I'm still going to try and figure out a way to play Manzardo and Hoskins. And I'm putting them in the lineup and taking out combination. Schneemann, Arias, Fry, Fairchild. Fine. Give me the better bats. Give me this team isn't scoring a lot of runs. Give me the better bats. Figure out who's going to play where and just go.
I'm also kind of good on limiting the Stuart Fairchild at bats as well.
I get it.
I've not watched that guy yet. And again, it's a small sample size, I know. But
I know.
has not been impressed.
Stewart's been around the majors for a while. He played in Cincinnati a couple of years. He was in Seattle. We get it.
Do you find it fascinating?
I've got to move for them.
Do you find it fascinating that they've moved Cooper Ingle to left field a little bit in AAA?
Cooper Ingle and Ralphie Velasquez.
Yeah. You find that interesting?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
By the way, the platoon idea with David Fry,
Yes.
he's supposed to hit left-handers, right? 193. He's hitting 306 against righties.
Well,
Everybody they're platooning is better against the guy he's not supposed to be facing.
are they printing these in the right boxes?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to platoon Schneemann and Arias at third until something better presents itself. You can use both of those guys, by the way, at all 4 infield positions. And you can play them at, I don't know that you can play Arias in center field, but Gabe's played right field here. So you have some flexibility there with Schneemann and Arias. The key is they have to hit. And here's another lineup move that I would think about, Dano, and we talked about this a week or so ago. I would really consider bringing up Khalil Watson now and put Fairchild back in AAA. Fairchild hasn't had a lot of at-bats, just 12. He's hitting 250. He's 3 for 12. Watson, and this might solidify some things and help you out. Watson primarily plays center field. He has 12 home runs. He's hitting 255, but he has shown some pop. He's about 5'8". You could put him in center field, put Kwan in left, and eliminate the entire idea of platooning Fry and Schneemann and Fairchild in left field.
We're bringing CJ Kafis up here do anything for you?
No, not right now.
Okay.
I'd rather bring up Watson. Put him in center field. Let's see what you have. Now's the time.
Yeah. I mean, you need
Guy's doing okay in AAA. He's got some pop.
I was just looking for where else I could get pop, and I know Kafis at least has a history of a little bit of pop. Now, it has not been ideal at the major league level.
Corner?
Left field.
You're going to play him in left?
Yeah. I mean, if it gets rid of some of those Rhys Hoskins in left field, well, just pick it up when it stops moving,
And then you'd keep Kwan in center, which was my original line.
Yeah, I think that's the answer, sadly, because I don't have a better option at center field.
You could play
Outside of
Martinez
Angel.
out there.
I actually I don't mind Angel out there.
I don't either. I've got him in right field, though, because DeLauder's out.
Yeah. If
DeLauder happens to suddenly say, hey, Chase is okay, and he's going to be good by the weekend.
Yeah.
Well, that changes things a little bit.
Piecemeal's a little thing.
Then you could put Martinez in left and DeLauder in right and call it a day.
Yeah, I'm just looking to see where you could find some power to come in here and help out with that, because that's
Khalil
the biggest.
Watson. 12 home runs. Leading AAA in home runs.
I mean, I don't love Kafis. I don't love Kafis.
Leading Columbus in home runs.
I don't love it, but I don't have a better option. I mean, it's one of those situations where I don't love what you've put in front of me, but I don't have a better solution. Sometimes in life, duct tape really is just the solution.
It's good stuff, though.
It really is.
You ready to get depressed?
Oh, buddy.
With the Knicks winning an NBA title, it's brought up a lot of stuff that we might not want to think about here in Cleveland. But we will next on Basket and Phelps with Mennigan in for Andy.
NCAA. And Sorsby will be applying for the NFL supplemental draft. As far as the Browns go, Mary Kay Cabot reporting the Browns are unlikely to place a bid on him. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
No. The Cavaliers didn't win the NBA championship. Yes, they did make the Final Four. That's really good.
An accomplishment. It's a great accomplishment.
It's a big accomplishment.
Yeah.
The New York Knicks did win the NBA championship, their first championship since 1973. That's a pretty serious stretch to go without a title. And dare I throw this out? Especially for a franchise that's as big of a deal in its league and in its city as the New York Knicks are. I mean, they're a big deal. You might not realize it here in Northeast Ohio, but the Knicks are one of the iconic franchises in the NBA.
Absolutely.
They've not been a whole heck of a lot of a factor for some time. They've had some great moments. The Patrick Ewing years were terrific. John Starks is fun. They've had some moments.
Allen Houston could hit some shots.
Sure. They've had some real moments.
Starberry happened.
They haven't won. Yes, it did. Since 1973.
Carmelo. There's some good Carmelo moments in there.
You could like or not like looking at all the ex-former Knicks attending the games. I personally thought it was great.
Poor Stoudemire's microfracture and his knee surgery
A lot of
in.
those guys I grew up watching. It was so much fun.
It was cool. It was cool to see like Clyde sitting there and see him have an absolute ball. It was good to see John Starks. You know what? It was good to see Big Oak in San Antonio. I'm glad. I don't know how they managed to pull that off, but it made me happy to see Big Oak in San Antonio.
Our guy Charles Oakley, who, by the way, fan of the Flames on the feud with Patrick Ewing. So, would you pay $100 on closed circuit TV to watch Oak and Ewing throw down?
Oak wins.
Yeah, Oak would win. Oak's a beast.
He's on the list of people I will never mess with my entire life. That would very much be like, yes, Mr. Oakley, whatever you say, Mr. Oakley. I am so sorry that I even caused your brow to furrow a little.
Yep. Well, with the Knicks getting off the schneid, it put the spotlight on other teams who are on the schneid. I'm sorry, Dan.
Are you really doing this?
Yes, I'm really doing this.
Oh.
ESPN put together a great little rundown for us.
Oh, good.
NBA teams who have gone a long time without an NBA championship.
Come along, kids. Let's point and laugh at the teams wandering in the wilderness.
Utah at 51 years, Clippers at 55 years.
Oh.
And, of course, the Clippers have been in Los Angeles, in San Diego, in Buffalo as the Buffalo Braves. They
got toilets.
Well, they do. Phoenix Suns is 57 years. They've gone without a title. Atlanta Hawks.
I'll take to my grave that 93 they would have won it if they didn't run into the buzzsaw.
You think?
Yeah, I think so. Back when COVID hit and everybody was rewatching all those games, I went back and rewatched a whole bunch of those Suns games that year because, again, we all had nothing better going on.
And they did make it in 93 and in 2021.
My word. I will also take to my grave that if Robert Horry does a cheap shot and hip check Steve Nash into the scorer's table, the Suns would have beat the Cavs in 07. I will take that one to my grave, too.
Wow. Look at you. Atlanta Hawks, 68 years, all the way back to their St. Louis days. And the number one team in the NBA, the Sacramento Kings. And that franchise goes back to Sacramento, to Kansas City, Omaha, to Cincinnati, to Rochester. They were the Rochester Royals back in the day. 75 years. 75 years, and they won their title as the Rochester Royals.
And they are still out in the wilderness.
Yes, they are.
You look at that roster of ex-Bulls and Domantas Sabonis.
75 years.
You
ready for the NFL?
Sure.
Dolphins, 52 years.
Oh, we have it.
Vikings and Jets, 57. Bengals, 58 years. Falcons, 60 years. That's a long way to go.
Of that group, I think the Bengals are the closest right now.
You think?
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. So far.
Yeah. I want to see what the Bengals defense looks like. I want to see if it got better.
Falcons have never won. Buffalo Bills,
So close.
60 years. Our
Ooh,
Browns,
you know what? Maybe I changed my answer. Buffalo's the closest.
Browns, 61 years. Chargers, 62. Titans, going back to Houston Oilers, 64 years, haven't won an NFL championship. Lions at 68 years. And the Arizona Cardinals, 78 years. They won a title in 1947. That's a long haul, my friend.
I wonder on the Lions this year. I want to see what the Lions
I know,
look
I do
like.
too. The Lions are so fun under Dan Campbell.
They are.
And their offense is fun to watch. They're going to go different route this year because they traded David Montgomery to the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
And Jahmyr Gibbs is supposed to be their Derrick Henry this year.
Yeah.
And I'd say Derrick Henry, not as in size, but as in here. Can you handle 300 carries? Let's find out.
The bell cow of that whole thing.
Yeah.
The question that I have is last year they got so upset at how the offense looked, Dan Campbell took the play calling away.
Yeah.
They're trying to fix that this year.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see if that's the case because that offense really did take a step back with Ben Johnson heading down to the Bears.
Yep. Major League Baseball, you ready?
Oh, boy, howdy.
Padres and the Milwaukee Brewers.
Yep, I know.
57 seasons. Mm-hmm. 57
Still celebrate
seasons.
the Harvey Wallbangers in '83 like they won the whole damn thing instead
were
of just
tough.
making the World Series.
But
I have that championship ring at the house, or the replica of it, I should say.
the longest drought in Major League Baseball.
Yep. Still celebrating that Rajai Davis home run like I won the whole damn thing.
77 years for our Cleveland baseball Guardians Indians. 1948.
Not that that's a bad thing, by the way. Please don't take that as an
I
insult.
love the way ESPN wrote it. The Guardians defeated Boston to win the 1948 World Series.
Woo.
The Boston Braves.
Well, hell, you had to beat someone for Boston. May
The
as well do
Boston
that.
Braves, that is.
Yeah. They're always on the doorstep. They're always on the doorstep. They just always seem to
Well,
head.
they're always on the doorstep since about 1995.
Right.
And for those of us who didn't grow up in the 90s but grew up in the 70s and 80s,
Rarely on the doorstep.
oh my God, did we see some lousy baseball. But we love those guys nonetheless. They were a lot of fun. Boston Braves. So if overall, in hockey, the Toronto Maple Leafs, another iconic franchise, it's been 59 years for them.
They've been out in the wilderness
But
for a while.
it's the Guardians at 77 years. It's the Arizona Cardinals, the longest, at 78 years. So the longest title drought, our Guardians are just 1 year away from having the longest. And then the Sacramento Kings just a couple behind them.
Well, I feel better about the Guardians on that list than I do the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
I mean, that should help the cause.
And the Arizona Cardinals.
And the Arizona Cardinals, who are both very out in the wilderness. Someone needs to explain to me, and it's not just because he ended up winning the title with the Knicks. I do not understand for the life of me why the Kings decided to fire Mike Brown and then trade Tyrese Halliburton and then trade De'Aaron Fox. And it's like, what are you guys doing? Those Light the Beam teams were awesome. They were really fun to watch. And you just, for some dumb reason, went, nope, can't have this. This is too competent.
You know, the Kings
This team's too talented.
Kings fired Mike Brown when he was on his way to the airport to get on the team plane for a game.
It's just so the Kings. In the same way they fired Michael Malone because their best player got meningitis. It's like, what? I got fired because some guy got sick? And I'm not even the one who got him sick. The Kings are just their own worst enemy at all times. They are just such an incompetent franchise. It's unbelievable. It's kind of, you turn to it when you start feeling bad about your own franchise and go, boy, I don't know. Our franchise doesn't run well. Hang on. Let me look at what the Kings are doing. Oh, never mind. Never mind. We're in good shape. We're doing great. Hey, boy, I don't know. I don't like the way that our draft sequences have gone. Boy, we could have had this player and this player. Hang on, let me check the Kings. Oh, you took Marvin Bagley instead of Luka Doncic, even though everybody told you to do that. Okay, I feel better now.
Let me throw out one thought to you. You think Chris Gent becomes a head coach based on what the New York Knicks looked like offensively? Their offense was just beautiful. And Chris was the quote-unquote offensive coordinator. Chris was, of course, here on Mike Brown's staff in Cleveland.
First and foremost, can we take a minute and say in 2026 we're looking at each other about the Mike Brown coaching tree?
The Mike Brown coaching tree.
Who would have ever thought
the
we
Mike
would be,
Brown championship?
Who would have ever thought we'd be talking about the Mike Brown coaching
Michael
tree?
Malone's on it.
Okay, sorry, just had to get that out of the way first. I mean, yes, we know this is a copycat league. We know these teams want to borrow from each other. I mean, Sean Sweeney already got hired for the Magic job.
Yeah.
I mean, these teams all look at who's succeeding, who has the best chance to go forward, and they just go snag somebody from that tree and go, we want to have that offense. I mean, we watched it in the NFL for Lord knows how long. I mean, you had coffee with Kyle Shanahan. You're probably a head coach in the league.
Mike Brown gets hired by the Knicks. Kenny Atkinson gets hired,
Yeah,
by the Cavs, and they both sat there with Steve Kerr going to grad school.
absolutely. And Lord knows the next coach that'll find himself sitting right there.
Isn't that the truth? Why Are We Smarter? It's brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. She's been behind the glass all day. She is Miss Meredith Kane.
I'm smarter because I learned that Dan has a very weird vendetta with bagpipes.
I hate him.
That was strange, wasn't it, Meredith?
The weirdest rant I've ever heard.
Oh, I hate him. I despise bagpipes. If you ever want me to leave anywhere, just start playing a bagpipe.
We know what to get him for Christmas.
I'm gonna learn to play a bagpipe now.
Oh,
Got to get him a...
you'll get me out of anywhere.
Gotta get him
They can't even play a full scale. I don't understand it. I don't
bagpipe
understand
music of some sort.
I don't understand the drone that's under them. I don't understand how people hear that noisemaker and think that it's an instrument. I don't get it.
Dano, why are you smarter?
Smarter Today, courtesy of Chris Ossenheimer. A lot of good stuff in there about the Guardians, what he thinks they'll be able to do in between. Give that a listen, 92thefan.com, wherever you get your podcasts. And, of course, social media mentions powered by Scheibman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelers.
I'm smarter because we had to really dig in on Brendan Sorsby. He is coming out for the supplemental draft. Mary Kate Cabot had some great insight into that. You can read her at the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. Orange and Brown Talk as well. And according to what she's hearing, Brown's not likely to go after him. But she said, you never say never. Stay tuned. We'll see who he ends up with and
Please say
what
never.
they might end up doing.
Please say
Meredith, thank you. Dano, thank you.
Thank you as well, buddy.
I'm Jeff Phelps. Afternoon Boys coming up next right here on The Fan.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports.
next, 5 weeks to showcase everything they can.
I think at the same point, I don't want to act like the sky is falling. It's not. The sky's up there. The Earth's down there. Titan's below it.
I'll just be thinking about the ways I'm going to spend my money the entire time.
You mean like Bubba from Forrest Gump? Spending on a car. That's not a great Bubba. That's a trim.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. Happy Tuesday, Northeast Ohio. We got plenty to get into. Gardo's on the road with the Brewers on a 3-game tilt. We get some more clarification on some of those injuries they got going on right now. Cavs still in Cabo. They've gone from Cancun to Cabo and back again, and then back again. And now we have interesting test of the Todd Monk and Andrew Barry era for the Cleveland Browns. With that open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute the Supreme Leader, because if we did not, there would be consequences.
That was a quick one.
Just didn't feel like it today. Just
Why?
on
What
the
happened?
nose.
Why today of all days?
And just as I was ramping up, I was like, I just don't feel like it. Nothing to do with Mac. Just where we are. Just where we are.
Oh, that sounds sad. Okay.
We also have Jake Murray, man, on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. And, of course, producing for us. If you guys want to watch all 5 hours, you want to see this face for 5 hours, make sure to head to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe. Ring that bell, except for you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito.
Suck it, Cornlito.
But like our videos, we desperately like to be liked around these parts. We got Meredith Kane on the 2020s as well. Hi, JP.
Hello. How's it going today?
It's good. Good. Just mellow. That's
Just
all.
mellow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I get it. It's June 16th. I also am in a little bit of a mellow vibe as well. And so I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. Like today was we're going to listen to a little bit of like alternative country, but like the really mellow versions of it. Not even like the harder up-tempo songs.
Sure.
Up-tempo song would come on the playlist and be like, get the hell out of here.
No.
That's not what we're doing today.
Okay.
We're listening to Neil Young covers for 4 hours and just live life.
That's one way to do it.
Yeah. I don't know if it's a good way to do it.
I didn't say it was a good way. It's one way, though.
I got to tell you, thank you, and I'm going to say this right now, thank you to the Sports God for the Brennan Sorsby news. And, we talked about this yesterday where I had said I think I had said like a 5% chance that Brennan Sorsby wasn't going to be the Texas Tech quarterback, and that I think the things that could change it were if Brennan Sorsby felt the ground moving beneath his feet when it came to Texas Tech, and whether or not there was a bigger chance at him not having eligibility in 2026 than he maybe believed initially after the injunction. And then the second thing would be if he has some sort of a first-round guarantee or a second-round guarantee from an NFL team. I think the fact that Brennan Sorsby announced he's going to the NFL means both of those things did in fact happen.
I don't know about both of those things happening because the injunction still made it so Sorsby would be able to play. It's whether or not Texas Tech was going to be able to actually rule down with their own punishments. And then conversely, whether or not he was trying to live in a world where Texas Tech was telling him, hey, so if you play this year and then we go through this whole entire process and the Big 12 gets to do whatever punishments they want, they can strip us of every win we have. They can strip us of not even playing in the Big 12 tournament. And at that point, I feel like Sorsby just laid down his sword. The injunction allows him to play. Like, that part doesn't change. The whole argument in the fight over yesterday was the idea that part doesn't change. It's what the Big 12 is allowed to do. I am surprised. Because I didn't see this coming. I'm surprised that the Big 12 and what their version of laying the hammer down was going to be, that was enough to intimidate him or at least get him to say, okay, this isn't worth it.
I also think people are maybe we're downplaying the allure of the NFL. Because I'm going to imagine that Brennan Sorsby's camp has not just been pursuing one road, which is at all costs get Brennan Sorsby to play for Texas Tech. I imagine his camp has also been poking around from the NFL to see if there would be a suspension and what that might look like, to talk with individual NFL teams and see who's truly interested in him. Like, I think the benefit that Brennan had is that the story broke around the NFL draft right around that time, and he had 2 months to gather a lot of information and survey the landscape. And, I think I proved it with the Dante Moore stuff, that more is always better when it comes to experience in the NFL. But if you got to a point where you weren't really sure, if the 2026 stuff in college was still too cloudy or murky, or you thought there might be fallout after you leave, whatever it was, I think going to the NFL, if some NFL team says, "Hey, we got a first-round grade on you, and that's where we're going to take you,"
right?
I think it's a very prudent decision, and now it just becomes, can he land at the right spot? And again, what does Roger Goodell have to say about the fact?
Well, and that second part's the most important, right? And we'll find out obviously what Roger Goodell has to say on this. But did he get an assurance from a team that I'm going to take you first, second round? I'm not just going to let you slide and then end up basically undrafted. And he's got to have the knowledge and the understanding that he's going to be taken by a squad, and the money, whether that's first or second round, and that matters because the money in a big way rather than third or fourth. But Nick, I'm surprised that we got here. I really am.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
I just wonder if the headache was just too much for him. Is that all that really ends up being?
I'm saying this. Don't discount the idea that he just liked what he heard from the NFL and got sick of the BS in college football.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the headache just got to be too big. Like, it's like, all right, you're going to bring this into the equation. Now I have to go play for a team that I don't even know what the sanctions are going to be against us. And meanwhile, the whole Big 12 is fighting. It felt like college football is not aligned on anything. It's one of the disastrous parts of college football. They love fighting about all this stuff, and they were aligned to basically try to make Sorsby's life hell.
No, I do think it's interesting that carry the two about 5 years after the biggest and worst trade in Cleveland Browns history with Deshaun Watson. I think it's very interesting the people that I know were very publicly on the record at saying, you do this and you don't think twice because the juice is worth the squeeze, about a guy at the time with 20-plus sexual assault lawsuits and allegations against him, who now they really have drawn the battle lines at gambling here. And again, I want to make it clear, what Brennan Sorsby did cannot happen again. He will be Art Schlichter. He will be banned from football forever if he does one of the many things that he did at Indiana and at Cincinnati. So, from a just logical standpoint, the risk is immense. And I don't know for a fact that this kid has the common sense or the wherewithal or the support around him to not repeat what he did in college. That said, I think it's real rich that there are a lot of people being like, hey, it's the NFL. I don't need my quarterback to be a saint when it comes to sexual assault or violence against women. And then today we're pounding the table saying he bet on his own team. That's an unforgivable crime. I'm sorry. I'll take a gambler over the other thing any day.
Yeah, me too. I got a soft spot for gamblers in my heart. That's how I'm wired. But
maybe you could be the in here.
I feel
and maybe all of a sudden we're getting the exclusive with old Brennan Sorsby.
Well, I know we can at least talk parlays. We can talk lines. We can have conversations. I'll tell you that. That's like me and Munkin. We can talk horse racing all day. I'd get along with Munkin in a fantastic way. I know that now.
I actually think maybe that's why Munkin came out on the record as not wanting him previously, because he's like, we're just going to talk about horse racing.
That's it. They're just going to dive right into the gambling part of that. They're going to be best friends immediately.
This town's only big enough for one degenerate.
Well, I do think it's interesting, like the convo, and really, I think it's kind of misplaced in some ways. I feel like the convo some people are having is, will he ever place a bet again? And sure, he's going to treatment. He's going to try to see what he can do in that respect. Nick, that's not the bet to me. The bet isn't whether or not Sorsby ever places a wager. He can go to the NFL and then still, by the way, go to the casino as much as he wants. He can go and gamble on all sorts of sporting events that aren't the NFL. The bet you have to make is whether or not he's done gambling on games he's involved in. That's the big crime here, right? That's the big bugaboo the NFL is looking out for. Well, we already have evidence that he has stopped that. He bet on himself or bet on his team when he was a backup quarterback in Indiana. He did not bet on a single game that he was involved in Cincinnati. So he's already got a year's worth of experience, or at least understanding that, okay, if there's a line, this is what I can't cross. And to me, that's at least an encouraging side. I know nobody wants to hear it because they think all gambling is equal. In this instance, all gambling is not equal, though.
Yeah, I would feel more comfortable if Sorsby had a full, 6 months, 7 months to go ahead, 6, 7, time period to basically prove, hey, I'm not going to do that again by being at Texas Tech this year. I still think, to me, it's a yes or no. We're at some point we're going to get into, well, what round would you feel comfortable? And I get it, but I like the idea that I'm comfortable in a second round, but a first round's too rich for my blood. Okay, do you think this guy? Because I think if you're going to take him,
that comes down to what type of quarterback you actually think he is.
Well, yeah, but if their team thinks, hey, this guy has top 10 in the NFL talent, and we have the resources to help him get there, it just might take a while because he's a little bit more on the raw side because he didn't get that last year of college. then I don't think I'd be outraged if they took him with their first-round pick. I wouldn't advise it, but I do think, like, if you think he's a starting quarterback in the NFL, then it just becomes a bit of semantics, and I don't really care what you do with it.
Sure, definitely. But I do think the value part of this is what's so appealing to a lot of these guys as well. If I can get a first-round talent, but I get it in the third round, and so next year, because I have 2 first-round picks, I can double up and get 2 first-round talents there. Like, that's the appeal of all this.
Yeah, I think if you look at him and go, and listen, not only from the gambling side of things, everyone is split on Sorsby. There are people that watch his game that see the physical tools and think, that's young Josh Allen, that's young Lamar, that's, because this is a guy that off schedule creates a lot of really impressive, important plays, and where he needs to get better is in the pocket. But he's got a very nice arm. He is incredibly athletic. You can build a modern NFL offense around him. And then there are people who are going to be looking at maybe November of last year, or maybe just the inconsistency.
Like the Nebraska game.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't do that if I were you. I would just steer clear of that smut. But I think that's what's interesting is, he is going to be one of those incendiary kind of prospects on gambling alone. Well, then you get to his actual game, and I think the NFL is going to be split 32 different ways.
Yeah, Ryan Wilson says 10 out of 10 people, if they took the name Manning off, would take him over Manning in a second if they just watched the tape. Meanwhile, Coach Riz is saying he's got him as the 4th or 5th best if he came out in 27. Like, the divide on this is extreme. Just from a pure football standpoint, the divide is extreme. And then you add in the gambling, and that's where I do think it tips the scales for some people. It's like, well, if I can't make up my mind where he is in the first round, then I might as well just go ahead and say no thanks anyway.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson Says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Are you comfortable with the Browns taking a risk on Sorsby? We got to get to Mary Kay and her opinion on the Browns, or her report, rather, on the Browns and Sorsby. We got to get to Barry and Monken and all this kind of stuff here. We got quick hits at 2:40, coming up at 4:20 today. Pete Futek, College Football News. Pete is a very honest man. I'm interested to see his take on the Sorsby situation, whether it's a win for college football, what he expects of Sorsby as well. And then Albert Breer. Albert has talked a lot about this story. He's been on this show, kind of breaking down some of the nuances. We'll kind of get his take on whether there are teams that definitively he knows will stay away. What have people heard about if he was drafted this year? All those kind of things. Again, Albert Breer coming up at 5:20, but 216-474-0092. Are you comfortable with the Browns taking a risk on Sorsby, and Todd Monken's words being used against him in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
When your roof fails, it usually gives
and 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speedtest Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's The Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Not at all. I mean, it's not even come across my desk. I don't think we're in a position to want to go down that road. That's my opinion. That's not Andrew's. And that, I like the quarterbacks that we have. I think that's a slippery slope when you go down that, irrespective of talent, right? In terms of the situation he's put himself in. Like we all know what that is. He put himself in that situation. We've seen in other sports with players that have been banned for life from playing in professional sports. I think that's a slippery slope to go down that road. Again, that's a question for Andrew and for management. But from my end of it, kind of a tough angle to go down that road and think that that's going to be your franchise quarterback if he's ever eligible to even play in the NFL.
Browns head coach Todd Monken merely 15 days ago saying a slippery slope for Brennan Sorsby, the now former Texas Tech quarterback who has decided he's going to go into the supplemental draft. He had until the 22nd to make that decision. Now we wait on the NFL's decision if they accept him into the supplemental draft and also if there'll be punishment against him. I think I've seen a lot of people react to Todd Monken's words 15 days ago, and it might be as simple as that's what Todd thinks. And maybe this is a conversation, and Todd says, over my dead body, and maybe Mary Kay's right, that there's just no chance, or that it's unlikely that the Browns bid on Brennan Sorsby if he does make it to the NFL supplemental draft. Here's my word of caution. 15 days ago, every sign pointed to Brennan Sorsby going to Texas Tech. Mm-hmm. So the idea that Todd Monken really had even kind of thought that there was a chance that Sorsby would even go into the supplemental draft, when everything said, hey, they're doing everything they can to get this kid to stay in college for 2026. It's entirely possible that Todd Monken just thought, hey, this is where I am today, and I don't really have to worry about it this summer.
Probably thought how I thought about it, which is, okay, he hired the biggest, best attorney he can possibly find. He's going to go to a Lubbock court. They're going to side in his favor. He's going to end up playing college football. I'm shocked we're at a spot where we got here with Sorsby. I really am. But now that we're here, we gotta deal with whether or not the Browns can actually land him or not.
I saw more than one Twitter account today as I was perusing the internet, researching and thinking. I was wasting time.
Just described scrolling through Twitter.
So I wasn't researching. But I saw multiple accounts be like, well, if they draft him, Todd Monken's got to resign because you can't coach a guy after you've said this. And I'm just like,
waited 59 years for this job, and that's going to be the thing that breaks him?
Yeah, well, no, because he won't be able to lead Brennan Sorsby because Brennan Sorsby will have heard this. And it's like, guys, it's the NFL. These guys are so much more pragmatic and practical than you realize. And if Brennan Sorsby's here, I'm going to say it's because Todd Monken sees something in him. It goes back to the Ty Simpson thing. Mm-hmm. The Rams don't draft Ty Simpson without Sean McVay saying, I think this kid can be something. If the Browns put in a bid on Brennan Sorsby, whether they win or not, that tells you Todd Monken signed off to some degree.
Somebody that they clearly have been trying to at least evaluate for a long time. There's a reason why we have his tight end on our roster. And there's also a reason why Andrew Berry's openly talked about it. The amount of research they put into seeing if Sorsby's a good quarterback or not, because they thought they were doing work on the 27 draft. They thought they were being smart about it. And Sorsby was going to be one of the main players of the 27 draft. Now you have a chance potentially to get him in the 26 supplemental draft while also having 2 first-round picks the next year. It's about the value play attached to this all. And I don't know why I did that like Goodwill Hunting retainer.
I wasn't going to say it.
But I did. It's about the value play for Andrew Berry. It always is. And if the value exists here, if you can get him in the 3rd or 4th round while also then keeping your first-round picks for next year, that's a lot of value that Andrew Berry can't resist.
If we take the gambling side and put it over here for just a second, and I know that's going to be tough for some people to do, if we get to what I think the success that Todd Monken's had and the style of quarterbacks he's had success with, and what Brennan Sorsby does that is so alluring to NFL teams, I see a nice little overlap there. Brennan Sorsby is an elite mover. Like, this guy can make up make up yards on the ground pretty easily. I think you're going to be able to build not a huge run game. This isn't Cam Newton, but I think you can build a nice run game with him included. He is a dual threat quarterback, and I also think to me it always comes down to if a guy has the raw feel to be able to make plays out of chaos, make it out of structure. And you think he's proficient enough in the pocket that you can basically build off that into being a better pocket quarterback. You've got a guy that's got an incredible chance of being a franchise quarterback. And this kid has that making plays out of structure. And if you look at Todd Monken, Lamar Jackson is a guy that creates out of structure a lot. I think if you look at what Todd Monken would be trying to do with Deshaun Watson, because this is what Houston did with Deshaun Watson when they had
Monken
success.
has talked about wanting,
it's
by the way.
out of structure.
Yeah, this is something Monken's been pretty vocal about wanting, is a quarterback that can move, a quarterback out of structure, a quarterback that can do some stuff with his leg. Now, I think he averaged like 48 yards on the ground per game running. It's not maybe that's 25 or 30 yards in the NFL. I don't want people to get carried away thinking he's Lamar. He's not Lamar, but he is. He's proficient in doing both.
And I just think, again, I believe in the prospect. I understand there's bad football there. You can go to any prospect, almost any prospect, that didn't play at Clemson 5 years ago or that didn't play at Ohio State, and you can find bad football. It's just as simple as that. I think this is in the vein of Lamar at Louisville. I think this is in the vein of Josh Allen coming out of Wyoming. He is an incredibly raw quarterback, and I think there's always risk. The more raw a quarterback is, there's more risk. But this is not the same thing to me as Ty Simpson, who played 17 games in college football. This guy had 4 years in college football, and he started 2.5 of the last season. That's enough football to say, hey, we can make our judgments if this guy is again, if he's got enough. If he's not raw enough, or if he's got enough to go ahead and work off of and use that talent and slingshot into being something real.
Yeah, I mean, the bet you got to have here is do we want to see what he can do because what you're doing is I agree with Albert's point, and he'll tell us at 5:20 you're basically redshirting him this year. So if you're going to redshirt him this year, or let's say he gets 6 or 7 games in the back end of it, are you comfortable with taking him if you were to put him up against the 27 class?
Yeah.
I think you have to have an honest conversation about what that is.
Because here's the thing. On one hand, you are going to, unless the kid can't be in the building, if he gets suspended for all of 2026 and he just can't be in the building and can't do the work, this becomes a real conversation because even if you redshirt him, not because the NFL said so, but even if you redshirt him for this year, by the end of the year, you're going to have an understanding of where some of his aptitude is, and you're going to be able to have seen him in certain scenarios that you're in practice, that you're going to have a touchstone of where he is. You might not be able to tell if he's going to be a for sure thing. You might not be able to tell if he's going to be a for sure not a thing. But you'll have some gauging on that going into 2027. That's why, will they suspend him? And if they do, how much of a suspension will he get? Is such a critical question.
Oh, it's massive. And I'm trying to think about different parallels or different circumstances. And I mean, it's not one of a kind. I kept thinking about Kayshon Boutte, and I kept thinking about his situation. I mean, he legitimately gambled on his own team, allegedly, while playing for LSU. He gambled on 6 different LSU games, but he made...
Coincidentally, he's been Boutte since coming into the NFL.
I like him. I think he's pretty good. That was low-hanging fruit of a joke. That man played in the Super Bowl last year.
Are you new here?
That man played in the Super Bowl last year.
Jokes? Come on.
No, we're different. We're a different show than that. We don't do those anymore.
Oh, no, that's a different thing we don't do.
Oh, shoot. Yeah. So anyway, so Boutte,
sex stuff.
He gambled $550,000 at one point. He had made... How many different bets do I have here? 17 NCAA football wagers, games involving LSU, all sorts of investigators involved. Anyway, so he gambled on his own team is the point. And the end result by the NFL was, the state of Louisiana just dropped all these charges because they got him on online conspiracy charges and everything, using a fake alias and that type of stuff. Oh, they dropped it? I guess we don't have to punish you in any sort of way. It's different, obviously, for Sorsby because he's a quarterback. But, if you're going to use the Boutte precedent attached to gambling on your own college in games you played in, well, nothing happened to him.
It should be noted, I always use the Boutte precedent That's people say Nick Wilson, the booty precedent.
It couldn't have been like Kayshawn Smith that had this happen. You know what I mean? It couldn't. It couldn't have been. Kayshawn Johnson.
I was going to say Sorsby. Sorsby's another one that's a little tough
It just couldn't. It had to be booty.
It always has to be booty.
Always about booty.
People say booty is undefeated. I would tend to agree with them, but I mean, I'll just go back to this. I don't expect the NFL to suspend him for a full season. I would be really surprised. I think if there's a suspension, I would expect it more in a short term, maybe for a quarter of the season. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if this is something that was negotiated over the last little bit and into the next week or so, where I would be really surprised if Sorsby's camp had him just going through this process blind. And even then...
Are we going to do another offseason of Sue L. Robinson discussions?
Oh, please no.
Is that what this is going to turn into?
We do love Sue L. Robinson, but no more.
Can I be honest, though?
What's that?
Ratings were massive during that stretch with Deshaun. The ratings, if we're in the ratings business, which we are, ratings were massive during that stretch.
I'm okay.
Remember Jason having like that, like bringing on all the different attorneys involved in like successive days and everything, and spending the 6 o'clock hour. It's like, all right, here's Deshaun's attorney. Now and it was just like this roller coaster. We all basically turned into our own versions of attorneys and judges, which is not something we should be doing because we're just sports talk hosts.
Yeah, I never want to talk. No offense to the attorneys out there. I don't want to talk about sports presidents with attorneys.
Tony Busby, that weirdo, just going off.
He's disappeared. I don't know what's happened to that young man.
Yeah.
He had a heater from the Deshaun thing. There were a couple other national cases he was involved in. Haven't heard from him since. But again, if this is a redshirt year of the Browns choosing, I'm really okay with that because I think you can tell enough information by the end of that season to inform your decision making in 2027. If the NFL, even for half a season, suspends Brennan Sorsby, I think that's when the conversation really gets just really muddy to a point that I don't know I have an answer on today.
I mean, if Deshaun got 11 games, I don't think that's crazy to think that somewhere in the 8 to 10 range isn't wild, and then maybe you do an appeals process. Maybe it turns out to be like 6 to 8 somewhere in that stretch.
I think you want the Sue L. Robinson treatment. I'm hearing a guy that's hungry for it.
I think whoever signs up for Sorsby is going to get the Sue L. Robinson treatment. I think the hard part for me in this is that I think Browns fans that have a 9 to 5 and are going about their day, I think they think to themselves, oh, you mean we could have this quarterback and we don't have to go through Deshaun or Shador? He just jumps and bypasses the line and he gets to start right away week 1? That's not going to be the case, guys. More likely than not going to be the case.
216-474-0092. Do you expect Brennan Sorsby will get a big suspension from the NFL? And again, are you comfortable with the Browns taking a risk on Brennan Sorsby? We got quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Pete Fiutak, college football news comes up at 4:20 today. We'll talk about the Brennan Sorsby situation. We also got Albert Breer coming up at 5:20 today. The Brennan Sorsby situation. But a lot going on in sports. Not. Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Go Angel! Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
All right, JP, the Get Up crew on ESPN this morning debating whether dynasties help or hurt the NBA when Vincent Goodwill and Alan Hahn got into it.
I think dynasty is better for the sport because if we're going to look at the way that the NBA experienced its golden age, those 2 decades where it went from Magic and Bird and Isaiah in between to Michael Jordan, that's where you had the greatest explosion in growth. And it's not just because those guys hoarded the championships. Now you're legislating parity. I like to know that greatness is validated. How do we know that any of the last 8 champions are actually validated because they have not done it again?
Validate is the Larry O'Brien that I put on that shelf and it stays there forever. That's the validation. The Laker thing.
Oh, you mean participation trophy then?
I'm sorry, Larry O'Brien is a participation trophy?
If everybody gets one.
It is an actual trophy. You won the league that year.
Is 8 titles in 8 seasons good for the NBA or dynasties better?
No, I think it's good for the NBA. I really did think that there hit a spot within the NBA where you could predict out who was going to play in the NBA Finals 7 months in advance. That was not good for the sport. No one can convince me that was good for the sport. Now, do I think eventually we'll get to a spot where you got to come back and actually have a dynasty? That's where Wemby comes in play. Couple years from now, you build up the Spurs dynasty after we've had 10 years of rotating winners. You remind everybody what dominance is, because we do like that, and that does matter in the NBA. But I think a 10, 11-year stretch of it being a wild card free-for-all, that's a good thing.
I just think, one, Vincent Goodwill, who is a very good NBA writer, saying that the Larry O'Brien trophy has become a participation trophy is just that's a hack take, and I don't throw that out there.
Someone at ESPN got to him. That doesn't feel like the Vincent Goodwill that we've heard from for many years.
Somebody said, "Hey Vincent, it's June 16th, and we need a little bit of content," and he did it. Listen, I think each is good for the NBA, but I just think if it was bad for the NBA, if 8 title teams in 8 seasons was bad for the NBA, I think we'd be seeing that bearing fruit in the ratings, and we don't.
Yeah, the ratings conversation is interesting because we have just more ways to monitor and more ways to kind of like boost that up in the past couple of years. But overall, I mean, I don't disagree with you. I think, anyway, this year's ratings were obviously bananas because you not only had Wemby, but you also had a New York team. There were things at play. I just tend to think fans like the idea that you don't want to be baseball necessarily, where all you have to do is get to the postseason and it feels like you have a chance. I don't think that's great, but the idea that a team like the Knicks that was not forgotten about, but it looked as if they had no chance in January winning a title is a good thing. Keeping teams invested, keeping fans invested as long as you can is a good thing. All right, let's stay in the NBA. Darren Peterson, he's supposed to be a top pick. Could go as high as 1, could go as high as 2. AJ Dubance clearly the number 1 favorite overall. But Peterson is visiting the Wizards and says that's it, he's done. He's not meeting with any other teams. He's only visiting Washington, and that's all he's going to end up doing. Clearly, he thinks he's going to go number 1 overall, despite every market and every Vegas person suggesting that this is not his race to win.
Yeah, we also have Grant Afseth, who's a NBA reporter, saying that he wants to go to either Washington or Memphis, and he doesn't want to go to Utah. The problem is he's going to Utah.
Yeah, because seems like it.
Well, we saw last year. I mean, Ace Bailey refused to work out.
Yeah, he didn't work out for them.
The Utah Jazz, and they still took him. He played there last year. I once we start to get in the weeds with guys trying to force their way, I know this happens a huge amount in the second round of the NBA draft. I know it does happen in the first round. I absolutely hate it. And I think Danny Ainge, his son Austin, Danny Ainge has always kind of been a bit of a knob. On this case, he happens to be right. Nope, I've got the number 2 pick. You will be coming here, and that's that.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't let an NBA player strong arm me that way, or a potential NBA player. I don't have to work you out. If I like you, I think you're the second best player. Congratulations, welcome to Utah. You're going to love it this time of the year.
I also think that Darren Peterson's camp might want to go ahead and realize that young man probably would be the number 1 pick this year if it weren't for, massive concerns about his character after how things went at Kansas.
Yeah, what's weird, like Bill Self.
This isn't going to help that.
Bill Self openly speaking in a negative way about Darren Peterson. I have a lot of family that went to KU, and so I watch a lot of KU. He doesn't speak that way about people.
Yeah.
I've never heard him speak that. He's had all sorts of people in let's say, just call it the recent decade that you could have spoke that way about. There's something different happening here with Peterson.
Chiefs receiver Rashee Rice was released from jail today after a 30-day stint for parole violation. Local news crews caught up with him as he was being discharged. He walked backwards to avoid having his face on camera, and then when he got to the door, started sprinting, and he ran off. He jumped into a black SUV that sped off. Is Rashee Rice incapable of doing anything the right way?
Well, speeding off probably not great considering his past priors. Maybe just gently leave the area with your car.
Or maybe just say no comment and slowly gather yourself.
Where's his attorneys in this situation? Isn't half of hiring an attorney?
They've been paid already.
Isn't that the idea? You also get like a blocker of the media up front. You put the hand in the face. Now he's not doing it now. He's not doing it now. And you just keep shoving people out of the way.
I just wouldn't be surprised if there was a large swath of people who might have financially benefited from Rashee's off-the-field issues and still don't want anything to do with the young man.
Yeah, not Travis Kelce wearing those Rashee Rice T-shirts, though.
Hey.
I want the comment from Travis Kelce is what I want.
I was at the Gardos game the other day, the one that got rained out.
I did see that. I think he was going to throw out the first pitch. I saw some videos of him signing autographs for all the people in that little car lot area.
Weirdest thing, he was signing his name Rashee Rice.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. I think
what?
it was Free Rashee, and then it was Love Travis, X's and O's.
Oh, no. I made a mistake. I signed the wrong name. Dang it.
Oh.
Dang it, Travis. That actually would be really funny if you're like Michael Jordan or someone and just start signing the wrong name for people.
Oh, I definitely...
Sign LeBron James on a Michael Jordan card.
Cannot remember...
Really funny.
I can't remember who did it, but I remember people saying they'll just sign the wrong name to be D's, and I'm like, man, it just doesn't cost you anything to be a decent person.
You know what I've noticed is that because I don't know, do you have this on TikTok too? That always the autograph seekers, they always come out and they'll show their experiences. I get a lot of these on my TikTok. For some reason, TikTok thinks I really like this content.
Yeah.
Anyway, the bigger stars and like at least for Hollywood, not as much for athletes, they just scribble.
Yeah.
They don't even do their name or anything like that. They'll just do a scribble. And the point of emphasis is I'm not giving you this money. You're an adult autograph hound seeker. Mm-hmm. I'm going to screw over your photo and I'm just going to scribble. It's like, well, at that point, you could have just signed it, I guess. That's not the point they're trying to make, but I just think that kind of sucks.
Or you could just say no.
That's it. Like, just say no. Or just don't do it. What's the point of the scribble?
I don't think saying no is being rude. Right?
No one's entitled to your autograph.
Yes.
You can say no.
I think the rude thing is, ha, 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 aren't I cute ruining this photo? You're fighting fire with fire and being an a-hole. Don't do it.
All right, the Buccaneers, according to Rick Stroud of the Tampa Bay Times, they want Baker to protect himself better to stay healthy. So the Bucs are concerned that Baker is going to continue to neglect his health with nagging injuries that could be avoided, coming as a result of Mayfield not getting rid of the ball, getting down, or getting out of bounds. We've seen this with Baker a lot, and there really is a difference between, at least I believe, healthy Baker versus when he tries to play injured. Obviously, we saw the year that mattered the most with the Browns, but I'm even speaking in years that you don't even ever find out that he actually got injured. You can watch Baker and see when he's 100%, he's this, and when he's not, there's a pretty big drop-off.
I always tend to side with the player on this one, and this is a fine line to walk. I think there are players in NFL history, namely Cam Newton, if they had protected themselves better and done just a few common sense things, they would have played twice as long and made twice as much money. With Baker, holding on to the ball for too long, that's an instinct to make a play and to keep the play alive. It's so tough to try and neuter that when at your core you're an aggressive guy.
I know, but there's a difference between doing that when you're, 3rd and 2 and you're just a yard away from then converting the first down, and doing it on 3rd and 11 when you're not getting 11 yards in this play. Just kind of bury it.
Yeah, but you're trying to situational not toughness. Is that what we're calling it? Untoughness. I think there's a reason Baker has gotten to where he is in his life, and I understand. Like, I'm not saying the Bucs are wrong here. I'm just saying I think it's something that's easy to suggest for a player like Baker for what he has done and how he has made his money and how he has made himself a success. I think it's easier said than done.
Sure, it's definitely harder to implement. I also think for a lot of Bucs fans, it probably hits them in an interesting way because, Tom Brady the last couple years in Tampa Bay, if it was anything close to being hit, he threw the ball away.
Decision.
Yeah, he threw the ball away. He was not doing even in like important games in the regular season, he just did not care about that. And so it probably looks very much like a stark contrast compared to Baker.
After 34 years off the menu, McDonald's is bringing back its fried apple pie in honor of America's 250th birthday. They return to stores on a limited basis on June 22nd. Will JP dip in on some fried apple pie?
Not a fried apple pie guy. People love the fried apple pie. I was always, if I'm getting a dessert at McDonald's, I am a McFlurry guy.
Mm-hmm.
Oddly enough, I do like their just classic vanilla chocolate soft serve swirl. I'll do that every now and again. Couple bucks is like $2.09. You just get a cone, and they fill it up to the moon, it feels like, and I love that. I never go apple pie.
So it's funny. It says it's been off the menu for 34 years. I worked at McDonald's in high school.
But
So
what? That doesn't sound right at all.
It doesn't sound right because
I'm 37. That'd be my whole life.
That's when I discovered their apple pies.
I'm fairly confident. Now, I don't believe I've ever actually had one of their apple pies, but I've been in the car with people that have ordered apple pies.
When I worked at McDonald's, the two things you could get away with just popping and nobody would realize were the fried apple pies and the nuggets.
Oh, so you worked? Yeah, that's right. You worked at a McDonald's.
Yeah.
So you made apple
for
pies.
Sports.
Is that
Yeah.
right? You bulk up. That's what we call it.
Yeah.
Cultivating mass.
No, that actually was. That was a time where they were like, you're 250 pounds. That's too light. And I was like, challenge accepted. And then I stopped playing and I just kept
You just continued the challenge.
I still heed the call just in case.
Hey, Coach, I'm waiting. I'm ready for you.
If Mike Massey calls me and says, I need a right guard this next season, he's got me because I've bulked up sufficiently.
Was there a strudel thing they used to have?
Yeah.
Is that maybe where people are getting a little confused?
Yeah, but that's not, again, I remember it being the fried apple pie was the exact name of the thing. That's, again.
Wasn't it not like the dollar menu, too?
Yeah. And then you'd make like 20 of those puppies, and you'd sell like 2 of them, and so you just go over there.
I can't say I've ever had one. It's not what I do with desserts, though, but
See, what you do is then you go put a little of that soft serve on it. I was bulking up, guys.
I'm like a key lime pie guy. I like that. I'm not much.
God.
I'm not an apple pie guy for the most part. I don't ever crave apple pie. I love key lime pie.
Key lime pie.
I'm not dismissive of all pies. I like pies.
I'm dismissive exclusively of.
That's my favorite pie.
Like key lime pie and lemon meringue.
Oh, love it. Absolutely
what
love
happened
it.
to your taste buds?
Anything that's kind of sweet that way, I love it. Do you shudder at key lime pie?
Yes.
Oh, it's delicious. My preferred pie.
The next 2 weeks for the Guardians are going to be important, but how important? We'll tackle that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Feel the power this.
Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
A smart move for the Cavs that you will call stupid because of a stupid thing that this guy did in the NBA Finals.
Meanwhile, the Knicks fans said they had no chance to win a championship a year ago. Could that be the same for the Cavs?
It's the Emerging Podcast Team presented by Extend Technologies on 923thefan.com and on the free Odyssey app.
It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. The Brennan Sorsby news been a big part of today's show. Of course, we'll get more into that in the 4 o'clock hour. Do not forget, we'll also get into some of the stuff coming out about the Cavs. We have a pretty interesting question to ask you at 3:40 today. That's called a very generic tease, by the way. However, we still await word on the CDL injury. And I know
you
the
get nervous?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's also here's the thing. I probably wouldn't be as nervous about it if the Yankees didn't just go through the rib injury with Aaron Judge, and at one point the thoracic outlet syndrome was thrown out there, and it just feels like that's the kind of thing that would happen to a habitually hurt player in CDL after, 65 strong games to start his MLB career.
It just feels like the type of thing that we would have already gotten an update on, and especially if it was a positive, we would have been, okay, we can sweep it under the rug. Just contusion's just a fancy word for bruise. It shouldn't be the end of the world. So, yeah, I'm a little nervous.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Even if it was just, I think I could handle one or the other, meaning I could handle the Hosey injury without the CDL one, and I could handle the CDL one without the Hosey one. I can't handle these at the same time because I still feel like if one of those two guys can play for the next couple weeks, I think you're going to have a chance to still be a very good team. I'm not giving up on where they are.
Yeah, I mean, this is the tough stretch, though. Milwaukee into Houston into Chicago, who's playing a very hot baseball right now, and then Seattle. Like, the next 4 series are going to be – this is not a walk in the park. So the timing of this is just not great for the Guardians.
Can I so it's not, and I want to make sure that I point out that's a very good and valid point that you said there. I am a little annoyed by the coverage that the White Sox are getting.
I'm not. They got a lot of really good baseball players.
I think my point is when the Guardians have had like a out of nowhere, they kind of came together and surprised people in a season – MLB agents or MLB analysts wait until like September 15th to say they're a real team.
Yeah.
The White Sox, who have been a moribund franchise outside of like one season the last 7 years, have a good first. And again, it's very good. The Guardians and White Sox are tied here. And all I'm hearing about is Chris Getz has put this in a position to succeed. And it's like, all right, 70 games.
I mean, I was looking at Fangraphs and some of their top 25 WAR players, right? And I isolated it down to the American League. And everyone thinks Yankees. Yankees have so many hot players, so many big-time bats. They have 4 guys in the top 25 of wins above replacement. The White Sox right now have 4 as well. Mm-hmm. That's the league high for the American League. Like, they've gotten a lot of really strong talent and in many ways come out of nowhere. But like they're not. This is not fake.
Yeah, I don't buy that yet. Now, by the way, what I mean by that is I still need to see more. I've seen so many teams have a nice 70, 75 game run. And listen, the guys that are performing were guys that were either decent prospects or good prospects. But, wake me up in September. And it's just weird to me that the White Sox, and I
mean, you can start to make the case maybe they're top heavy if you want to go down that route.
No,
because they're top heavy, they're getting more attention because some of the guys like Montgomery, for instance, or Murakami, they're going to draw more attention. So big time baseball people are they're going to talk about it more, and they're going to then in turn think that they're better than maybe they are.
Yeah, I just don't think they're that good of a team.
Okay.
I have to be converted. But so while we're on the topic of the Gardos and what do you do without Jose Ramirez, I believe this is Ken from Today talking about what the next 2 weeks mean for the Guardians.
Most important week of the season for the Guardians. Most important week. And that, I think, is with or without Jose Ramirez. It just is highlighted that much more with Jose Ramirez being out. You have a lot of people lining up to say that they're not necessarily sure how this is going to work out for the Guardians without Jose Ramirez. I understand that this could have been looked at as a giant rebuilding season where you have 2 rookies that are playing for your ball club and you have Parker Messick who's out there pitching for your ball club there. I mean, those are 3 rookies in 2 big situations here. Even if you still had Jose Ramirez, it's a big week with who you're playing, with who you're getting ready to take on, because June is a very tough month. I got Chicago at the end of this road trip, and then remember, by the time July 4th weekend gets here, I have Chicago for 4 coming up here. So it's really not just a week. This is a 2-week stretch that I think could honestly, Tone, could either make or break the season for the Guardians.
So I understand why Ken's saying what he's saying. I don't necessarily agree. Where do you stand on the next 2 weeks and the importance for the Guardians?
I don't think it makes or breaks you. I feel like the next 5 weeks are going to be very interesting to tell whether or not it makes or breaks you. I wouldn't put that over the next 2. I feel like even the Brewers are a good team. You can get after Houston. We just talked about Chicago. I think Chicago's at the same level as the Guardians at this point. It's maybe slightly better. I'll give them an edge. And the Mariners are just the Mariners. Like this isn't like a murderer's row. It's good, but it's not something you can't overcome.
Yeah, so where I fundamentally just disagree with Ken is I don't put the season into 2-week stretches.
Yeah, it's just too hard. Baseball just doesn't work that way.
Now I do like the thing that I like that Ken's doing is
a good take, but
is that he's living and dying in the moment with the Guardians,
and I do appreciate that.
That's never a bad thing.
I appreciate that. I think we need more of that in baseball coverage.
But I just look at it and go, I look at the next 5 weeks as just giant proving ground. And, I really do, as a fan of the Guardians, I relish these moments because more often than not in my adult life, when they've had these 5-week stretches, whether it's Hosey's out or, when Bieber got hurt a couple years ago, when they've had these big injuries that feel like these oh crap moments, more often than not, they've answered the call. And I do think you are uniquely positioned to answer the call this year because of Bazana, because of Angel Martinez. If CDL is healthy enough to stay up to the big leagues the next couple of weeks, throw
Rocchio in there too.
I can keep forgetting Rocchio, but certainly him, Schneemann. I mean,
and he's our only active player within the top 25 of the American League wins above replacement.
But they've got talent, and yes, the talent is still a little on the raw side. And the talent has not been consistently good together. Those are all fair things to say, but buoyed by a damn strong top 3 in your rotation, buoyed by a bullpen that I think is better than people realize. Yeah, I'm not kind of panicking about the next 2 weeks. This is going to be a tough series. The Astros have been not as great as kind of they're used to. That's why there's been talks about Yordan Alvarez. Mm-hmm. And I also think I'm just not afraid of the White Sox. That doesn't mean that you're going to win. You're going to be on the plus side of 500 over the next 9 games. But by the way, the Guardians are also have a better record on the road this year than they do at home. They're 4 games above 500 on the road. They're 2 games above 500 at home. This is the ultimate proving ground. And Ken might end up being right that they might. This thing with Hosey might just shake them enough, and they're a young enough team that you can go in the crapper, and it is conceivable that you can just not pull up out of it. I would just be shocked if Stephen Vogt, as good of a job as he's done managing these young guys, if he has put them in a position to not withstand, or at least, again, punch your weight over the next 2 to 5 weeks.
I'm worried about it. I told you yesterday I'm concerned about it. I don't think they have enough offense, and I'm worried about with taking Jose out of the equation, whether or not that's going to really rear its ugly head. They're really good in one-run games. The difference of this year has been that. And so watching them as they're going to try to maneuver through this where your margins are just they're so thin already as is. Now they're going to become even thinner. I'm worried about what's going to happen over the next 5 weeks.
If this was a month and a half later in the season, I'd probably be where you are. There's still enough time that even if you do go in the tank for the next 2 to 4 weeks.
You just need some of these guys that have been struggling to all of a sudden not struggle. Like we mentioned CDL, for instance. CDL's been struggling for a month now. There's enough players like that we need to just get in the hot streaks or get in the streaks that we've seen them have. So if that happens, the offense can flip on its head. But I need it to happen.
Yeah, I don't need it to happen. I hope it happens, and I think it's a great sign if it does happen before Hosey comes back.
But they're just not scoring enough runs. If it doesn't happen, then I can't keep throwing Parker Messick out there and saying, go 7 innings, only allow 1, and we'll see what happens.
Yes, you can. I mean, we are in the dog days of summer.
Well, you're not going to win much that way is what I'm saying.
We'll see. This team is scrappy. This team has honestly, the team. I don't know what their Pythagorean theorem is right now. The Pythagorean, whatever the hell that thing's called.
Third order through. Or you're talking about the
the win loss, the
differential.
expected win loss.
Yeah. I looked at this just the other day.
But I mean, they're 6 games above 500, and I give them a chance to do this. And again, even if they don't, you still have the meat of the season to figure it out. And maybe I'd be more concerned if I thought the AL Central was better than it is. Maybe I'd be more concerned if I thought the American League was better than it is. But while I think by the end of the season, you are going to have a list of have and have-nots in the AL, that most of the American League isn't going to be separated by 6 games or whatever stupid number it is.
Playing in the American League is going to help you out a lot in this.
But I think that just buys you time. I think because here's the thing. I hope those guys, the only way that this can, I think, really go poorly.
Their Pythagorean is 36 and 36.
If those guys think in that locker room, oh, we're bleeped, we've got to make up for it.
Yeah, so their Pythagorean is 36 and 36 because they're just a +3 run differential overall. Their base runs has them as a below 500 team at 35 and 37.
Okay, so I think you've scrapped ahead of where you should be, and I think there's plenty of time here. Whether it's 2 weeks, like however we want to segment it, I do think where I can circle back and say I think it's going to be interesting is 2 weeks from now when we look up, how does it look for the Guardians? Are you at 500, right? Are you below 500? Because then maybe all of a sudden I might change how I feel. But right now today, hey, this is a great Brewers team.
Yeah,
let's go see.
You're starting this conversation 6 games above 500. So if 2 weeks from now we're even in the ballpark of being 500, then it didn't go well for you. That's not good. I think what you got to hope is after the 5 weeks, when Jose can come back, and hopefully it's shorter than 5, maybe it's 4, that you're 3 games above 500. I think if you're somewhere around there, then I think you're in a good spot.
But I think to respond to what Ken said, where he said it could make or break the Guardian season. Don't sleep on this making the Guardian season. This is the Pollyanna version of what we're talking about. But if Bazana and CDL, if they perform to where they had early in the season, and all of a sudden your offense does start generating a little bit more without Hosey, and then all of a sudden you plug your best batter, no matter what the stats say, the guy that most teams fear the most in that offense, back in there 5 weeks from now, that could be the thing that ignites a serious run for you. So I think a lot of people put it on the break part of this, the make or break. I'm putting just as much emphasis on the make part of this.
Yeah,
go do it.
And no, it's fine. I mean, listen, every time it feels like anyone doubts this Guardians team, they show you how they continue to win and they continue to be scrappy and they continue to get the job done. And I mean, even in the beginning part of the season, I didn't think this team was going to be nearly as good as it is right now. And you look up and here they are, 6 games above 500. So you have to always keep that in play with this Guardians team. But I am worried about the offense as a whole. I'm worried about some aspects of this team. I'd be lying to you if I told you I wasn't.
216-474-0092. Ken this morning said the next 2 weeks could make or break the Guardians. How important are the next 2 weeks? And will they, in fact, make or break the Guardians? And Donovan Mitchell gets dinged up by the Ringer in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
This is Browns head coach Todd Monken, and you're listening to the number one sports station in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan.
Pete Futek talking Brennan Sorsby in just about 1 hour's time. We'll get Pete's take on whether this is a big win for college football. And, of course, we'll get Pete's take on what he actually thought about Brennan Sorsby. Again, if you guys missed the beginning of the show, you can always go back and use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. I mean, I continue to just think when it comes to the Sorsby thing, like I don't think people are going to get online with Sorsby. I think there's going to be 32 opinions on the gambling thing. I think there are going to be 32 opinions on what they see on the tape. Mm-hmm. And I think the one way the kid can answer them all is go out there and, shut everybody up.
Are you saying we got to see it, let it play out?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think to answer every question about him, yeah. Like, time is his best friend.
Sometimes it's all you have on your side. I do feel like, and maybe I'm just an idiot for keep making this point. I feel like it's not being acknowledged enough. You're not asking him to the one thing you're asking him to do is not gamble on his own games, right? You're not asking him to never gamble, and I feel like that's getting just confusing for people. But he didn't gamble on his own games at Cincinnati. He gambled on his own games as a backup quarterback at Indiana. And for some people, they won't care about the difference between the two, but I do. If the bet is he'll never place a wager in his life again, well, statistics say that relapsing for gamblers, addicts, that's not on his side, okay? But that's not what they're asking him to do. They're asking him to never. You can step in a casino as an NFL player. You can wager on table tennis as an NFL player. You can do a lot of things. You just can't gamble on your own team. And the bet I would make in this instance is that he learned through his time at Cincinnati, where he clearly didn't do it. He learned, okay, I was dumb there. That's where I actually crossed the line, and that's where I can't have this happen again. I feel like he's already learned.
So more on Brennan Sorsby coming up at 4 o'clock. But The Ringer released their top 100 NBA players list, and for the first time in as long as I can remember, Donovan Mitchell is not in the top 10. He's 11th. And I did think it was interesting.
So close, yet so far.
I thought it was interesting that him falling. In fairness, I think the last time I checked, it was like 9th or something like that. But him falling 1 or 2 spots made everybody go, "Oh!" I do think it's interesting, though. I think he's finally starting to take more of a hit for the Cavs' postseason woes and lack of elite success.
This list, though, at the heart of this list is basically weighing a lot of what happened last year, and I weigh a lot with my impression of Donovan as well, based off of what happened this last year. So I'm not alone in that. But did you know the 2 players that he's ahead of in this list?
It's Tatum and Brown, right?
Exactly right. And he's ahead of more guys than that, but he's ahead of Tatum and Brown. So in what NBA world are we living in where Donovan Mitchell's a better player than Jason Tatum? Apparently this list. So if you're going to weigh too much into that he's not a top 10 player, it's also then the same people that probably weigh too much into him being ahead of Tatum.
I just think this goes back to a lot of our discussions about the Cavs paying Donovan Mitchell and Donovan's power within the organization. I don't want to move on from Donovan. I understand that there might be some moves I would be willing to make. For instance, Donovan Mitchell for Jaylen Brown in some way, even if it was, Donovan not going to Boston, I would do that deal tomorrow and not think about it. But I'm just so leery of giving a guy who isn't I think Donovan has already topped out how good of an NBA player he can be. I think at some point he was maybe the 7th or 8th best player in the NBA, whether that's perceptual or reality. Mm-hmm. And I think that's as good as it's going to be.
I agree with that, by the way.
Tatum has the ceiling of one of the 5 best players in the NBA. I think Brown does as well. I think you start Devin Booker. You start to go through the guys that are behind him, and I see a lot of guys who could easily, in reality, just be seen as a much better player and should be seen as a much better player. And I think that's where, giving Donovan LeBron power to me, and it feels like they are, by not questioning whether they should pay him or not, is just... it's interesting. I feel like it's going to be tough to win that battle long term. I think at some point you're going to come out on the value side of things having taken the loss.
Well, but I think they're more worried about the next couple of years than they are, let's say, 5 years from now. And I think that's kind of what they're leaning towards. It's like them giving a max contract isn't the craziest thing in the world. Mobley's got a max contract, like they do that. And so that part I won't hold it against them. I find it interesting the years and the length that you're then committing to a guy that, as we're seeing with each passing year, you're not on the rise if you're Donovan Mitchell.
So I think normally I don't care about this, but it's apparent that they want to. It's apparent they value cost cutting this offseason more than they do getting better. And one of the big rumors out there, ESPN had it on their website that they're considering shopping Dennis Schroeder. And I thought Dennis was one of your 7 best players in the playoffs. I understand that teams habitually move on from Dennis. And so this will not be the first team to do it. It won't be the last team to do it.
Right.
But I don't know how you're going to go into next season, and the only bona fide point guard you have on your roster is James Harden. I just don't. I know there are people who like Craig Porter Jr. If Craig was that good, Craig would have been in the rotation by now because we're 3-4 years into his NBA career. Moving on from Schroeder, when you have a 37-year-old, soon-to-be 37-year-old point guard who may or may not be putting on the pounds again, it just feels like an incredible risk, all in the name of saving some money.
Is he putting on the pounds again?
I thought we were starting to get Krispy Kreme. I like Krispy Kreme.
Where's this allegation coming from? Where's Fat Harden coming from?
It was James Soffen.
Since when? Where's this coming from?
It's an Angles thing.
He's not shaving his beard. We saw that in the police report.
Well, yeah, because people see his triple chin.
We saw that in the police photo.
He saw the apple pies coming.
Yeah.
He has to jump in.
He was like, not since 94.
Where's the allegations that he's putting on weight coming from?
You've got to look at some of the angles here, the pictures. Because, again, the beard hides the fatness, right? He made a calculated decision 15 years ago to grow such a beard that could only be like a quarter inch of a beard there. We wouldn't know. It could be he's got such thick hair. It could be 3 inches of double chin right there. We don't know.
Or triple chin when it got really bad.
So you got to look at the angles, and some of those angles you can see. You can see the lilt of the stomach there. Many people are saying
I reject it. I reject the premise.
Yeah, you're a Harden apologist.
Yeah, I reject the premise.
You've hardened for Harden.
Is that right now? The Schroeder stuff, and if they're cost cutting, is that Gilbert just saying we spent more money than any team in the NBA over the previous couple years and have nothing to show for it essentially, and so now as we are ducking to get under the apron, we just have to find ways to cost cut?
I think it's Dan Gilbert saying I don't believe this team can win a championship. Dan Gilbert has said, as long as I think we have a chance to win a championship, I'm going to spend. Him deciding to not spend in the last 6 months.
Well, we'll see what they replace Schroeder with if it does in fact go down, because the idea on this was maneuverability, right? That's the whole tagline attached to this.
Yeah, very rarely is Dan Gilbert's team going to come out and be like, we're doing this because we don't believe we can win a championship. You can't tell that to anybody.
It just seems like an odd spot for him to all of a sudden retreat from spending more money than anybody in the NBA.
I mean, this goes back to the Donovan thing about Donovan waiting a summer to cash in on his contract extension. But if we think
Donovan's only got maybe a couple years left of being Donovan, wouldn't be the time where you would then slash payroll in a significant way.
Unless you think there's no moves you can make to win an NBA championship. And so you're going to have your cake and eat it too. They're going to be a good 50 to 55 win regular season team. And then in the postseason, it's going to be what it's going to be. But, hey, we still get hyped about the Cavs. Like, there's a decent chance that there is some acceptance here.
I mean, but if you're retreating that hard, then I don't even know what we're doing here.
I was just saying it. You're going to have your cake and eat it, too. You have people excited about a good Cavs team, and then the playoffs will be what the playoffs are going to be, and you'll say, we're going to get them next year. We're going to figure this out. And all the while, Donovan get paid his money. You still win 50 to 55 games a season. People still show up at the I'm going to say the gun because that's what it should be called, with great regularity. Everybody's happy to some degree. No one's miserable.
Or they're going to try to go ahead and just put different pieces around this, and because they've convinced themselves, if you work in their mindset that Donovan is not actually the problem, and it's not the mindset you and I operate in, but if you work from the mindset of Donovan's not the problem, we like what this core is, then you would blame the other pieces. You'd look at the Knicks and you'd say why they won is because all the other pieces our other pieces didn't do enough, and that's how we ended up failing.
I just think we want to get below the second apron because of flexibility.
But Schroeder wasn't even one of the main parts of this whole thing. Like, Keon Ellis is the reason why they initially made that trade.
I just think that saying you want to get below the second threshold because of money is, to me, very similar to Donovan Mitchell saying, I'm going to wait till next year to sign my extension because there's more reasons.
Well, you got to get under it for trade reasons.
You can look at that and say, okay, that's a valid reason. It doesn't mean it's the only reason.
Well, you can't make some of the trades you want to make if you're still living in the second apron.
Yeah, it also doesn't mean they're going to make those trades.
Well, no,
it also doesn't mean
it
that
doesn't.
they even really desire those trades. Like, that might just be the reason they're getting under a different level of threshold. And hey, if something perfect pops up, we'll take it. But I don't think they've shown the sense of urgency to win a championship.
I think it's simple. I think Schroeder I think he was brought on this team basically to goon it up. I think he makes a lot of money, and he's easy to replace.
He makes like $14 million. That's not a lot of money for a backup point guard.
Comparatively.
Comparative to who?
I mean, what you can get in replace of him, you can get somebody with the talent and ability that Schroeder's offering up at $2 to $3 million. And all of a sudden, then you got some more space to operate
the vet min.
Yeah. It's
what
not
vet
like,
min player have
it's
they
not
bought
like,
in?
It's not like Schroeder was this amazing player. I'm confused as to why you think Schroeder was awesome.
I think Schroeder was a very important part of what you did.
I think Schroeder was an absolute embarrassment in the finals, in the conference finals.
Yeah, what about
he was basically a no-show.
Yeah, I disagree about the first two rounds. I think he was a big part of that. And I'll be honest with you. And I agree, people who say you wouldn't have gotten to the Eastern Conference Finals without James Harden. You wouldn't have gotten out of the second round without Dennis Schroeder. Because Dennis Schroeder, if you go back, don't look at the box score.
I don't agree with it, but okay, go ahead.
If you go back and actually look at what happened, he was the only guy speeding up, getting across half court, and getting the Cavs in their offense. Every time the offense would falter, which happened repeatedly in the first two rounds of the playoffs, Dennis would get the ball, and he would make sure to get into the half-court set. And yes, then they would take him out after a couple minutes on the court, but he was instrumental to their offense. They don't get out of the second round without Dennis Schroeder. We agree, by the way, on the Eastern Conference Finals. He went Thomas Bryant in the Eastern Conference Finals, but he was an integral part in the first two rounds.
He had one double-digit scoring game. It was 11.
I'm not looking at box score. I'm looking at what happened.
I mean, the box score does tell a story, does it not? Like, we watched these same games, but it's not as if he was like majorly impactful to the point where I left thinking to myself, what an awesome contribution.
Yeah, him not scoring points is not what we're talking about. Like, think back to when their offense would stagnate. They would put him in. Kenny would put him in.
I mean,
and he would speed up the offense.
I didn't see it. There's nothing I saw out of Schroeder that tells me you had to keep him. The deal why you made that deal to begin with was because Keon Ellis. That's what you wanted out of this. Schroeder ended up.
You traded for J.R. Smith because you wanted him on Shumpert, and then J.R. became a more important player.
This was always probably the result for Schroeder anyway, as is.
I think it's pie in the sky thinking. I think it is Pollyanna to think, oh, they're just getting below that second apron so they can stay.
I know you don't like game scores. I get that. I understand it. And so, like, using this is not going to help you at all. But in the final 10 games of the postseason, the second round and then the finals, he had one good game score. And that's not even good. It's considered bad. He had only had one above 5. 5 is criminally bad. And he just wasn't good in these series.
Yeah, I disagree. I think he played an integral part in what they did. And we can go back if you'd like to watch it. Maybe we can get an NBA coach to kind of decide who's right on this one.
I'd love it. He had one shot in the final 3 games.
Yeah, in Eastern Conference Finals. I said he was bad.
No. And that was in the second round.
Yeah, he also had good games. I don't know why my point is, if you're not above the second apron, you're telling me you don't believe you can win a championship anymore. And that's fine, by the way. Honestly, that's better than trying to
have to get below the second apron in order to make trades. That's in the CBA. That's part of this. It's part of the rules.
And they've been above the second apron.
That's why they have to get below it, because you can't live multiple years or else you have restrictions.
And you know what? Then we should just let's let it play out. And then July 27th, when they haven't made a trade, I guess we'll see. Nothing materialized. I guess we're just going to stay below this the second apron.
I don't know what to tell you. I'm just telling you the rules of the CBA.
Yeah, I know, but they've been above I feel like we're talking in circles here.
I don't feel like I am at all. I'm just telling you. I'm telling you what the information is.
Yeah, and they've been above the second apron forever.
Yeah,
and
but
still
you can't do it in multiple
trades.
years. No, you can't do it in successive years. That's why it matters so much for this year. Part of the CBA is you can't be above it for successive years, or you start getting penalized.
Do you think they're going to make any moves that make them better this offseason?
I think they'll make a move that probably changes it up different than Dennis Schroeder. Schroeder's not the difference.
They don't. I guarantee
Schroeder's not the difference in this team.
They will subtract Dennis Schroeder.
Schroeder's the difference in this team. You're majoring in the minor.
That's not what I've said. I've said he's a good player, and I thought he was one of the 7 best players in the Cavs in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I disagree.
Yeah, I know, but my point is I didn't say he was a difference maker. I said he made a difference. That's not the same thing.
Okay.
I don't know why you're getting pissed about Dennis Schroeder.
You're the one getting pissed about Dennis Schroeder.
No,
you're giving me attitude about it.
When
And
you're
I don't
arguing
understand
about
it.
box scores 2 months after the NBA playoffs ended, when, by the way, we all agreed where Dennis Schroeder was the first 2 weeks, and now
We
after
didn't.
the fact.
No, I never once agreed on that.
All right. I guess I just remember different shows. 216-474-0092. Is Donovan Mitchell no longer a top 10 player? And what does getting below the evil second apron tell you about where the Cavs are going to go? More on that. Cool Ray, Leroy or Leroy, one of those two, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Pete Futek coming up in just about 40 minutes here. Nick and Jonathan back on Afternoon Drive. Still throwing out the question, is Donovan no longer a top 10 player? I think you said yesterday like 8 to 12. I still think he's in that range. I think when the Eastern Conference Finals go the way they go and go the way they went, and Donovan was his least consistent in the playoffs, I think it's fair to say, yeah, probably not a top 10 player, even if that just makes him 11th.
Yeah, and even if 11th, what are we doing semantically? You know, like that's close enough for me. It's fine. I just thought the incredible part of it is him being above Tatum and Brown. And there's people in the Cavs that'll look at that as a major win. Tell me I'm wrong.
Oh, no. There is. And by the way, I think this. I was going to say like, oh, there's a level of delusion. That's every franchise. Every franchise is a little bit delusional when it comes to their own players. Now, Jake informed us that this weekend he traveled farther than I believe I've ever traveled for a concert experience. Walk us through this, Jake.
Yeah, so a little background on the story. My wife has become a big MGK fan recently, and he's on his Lost Americana tour right now. And she had tickets to go see him last Wednesday at a show near Pittsburgh, so short drive and all that. But she was going to go with my brother-in-law. Turns out he had some health issues, couldn't make the trip, and she couldn't find anybody on like a day or two's notice to end up going to this show. So she sold the tickets. And even though MGK comes around town once a year for free MGK Day, she still was determined to go to this tour, and found out that the next day was, or his next show was on Saturday in Buffalo, and bought tickets. So we ended up going to Buffalo, driving 3.5 hours on Saturday morning, showing up ridiculously early and going to this show.
So how'd that go for you?
It was an experience. It was not my crowd. I was talking to you guys pre-show about this.
What a calculated answer that was.
So it wasn't about me, though. I made that very apparent, and I was just trying to basically show off that I wasn't having a bad time because it was about her. And there was one time, Wiz Khalifa was the opener, and halfway through his set, she looks at me and is just like, "You look miserable." And I'm like, "No, don't worry about me. Don't even think about me. I'm not even here." I was trying to make it about her, which it was, but it was hard for me not to express myself that way.
Yeah, Jake told us off air that he hates the smell of ganja.
Yeah,
and I think that's like Vanessa has never done any of that stuff. Vanessa loves the smell of it.
I was gonna say, do people like it? Are there people out there that like it's like
I love the smell. I walk down Cleveland, the streets of Cleveland, and I get hit with a waft. I'm like,
I'm gonna seem like a goober now.
It makes me nauseous.
It's kind of just like a skunk smell, right?
I think it smells better than skunk.
I always think skunk smell.
But I do know, I mean, yes, if skunk smell was not offensive, because I don't think it's offensive, then it would be close to that scent. Yeah.
I like the smell of gas.
I don't hate that either.
I think
that's my odd smell take. I like the smell of gas.
I feel like that's kind of comparable. Like, I think some people
actual gas, not like me passing gas. Like actual gas.
Yeah, I feel like some people love or hate the smell of gas.
I was like, well, even that's not bad. But you know what I mean?
Even that I figured right off the rip.
Actual gas. I don't know why
I needed
an
smell like skunk.
I don't know why I needed an important clarification there, but I needed the clarification.
So let's see. What is that? Is that a 3.5 hour drive?
Yeah, 3.5 hour drive. I think we left at like 11 a.m.
It sounds like you were just a good
Saturday
husband.
morning.
I don't understand the problem.
I tried my best. Yeah, so we ended up driving 2 hours to an inn, and then an hour and a half to
an out
to the to the actual amphitheater.
Yeah, does
that
Erie
way,
only
when
have
we
inns?
drove back after the event, it was kind of closer to home.
Why'd you call it an inn like you're with Jesus in Jerusalem?
Because it was
so many years ago.
Because it was an inn. It wasn't a hotel.
We had to stop at the inn.
What's the difference between an inn and a hotel? Is it the name?
No, an inn is more of like
they're following the big star in the sky until they landed there.
An inn has lesser rooms. It's more of like a house-looking thing than an actual hotel. Like. The inn is a very different thing than a hotel. What are you guys talking about?
You're getting very defensive, but I believe you.
I just don't question why I'm calling it an inn. It was an inn. It was called the White House Inn.
Well, okay, so the name.
Well, the name, and yes, it was different than a hotel. It was.
But if they had called it a motel, would you have just called like the same building?
If it was called a motel, I'd be calling it a motel right now on air with you guys. But it was called an inn, so I'm calling it an inn.
I've always thought inns are just it's just a trashier, cheaper way of having a hotel.
Oh, I thought it was a more highfalutin.
No,
So I agree with that.
it's definitely the cheaper and almost trashier way.
I agree with that, but this was actually like super fancy.
they're independently owned. That's part of why you have the inn distinction. But that's neither here nor there. So you stop at an inn.
Yeah, we stopped there.
You go to a concert that's got too much marijuana.
Yeah, that was
that
was a whole lot.
Yeah.
So we were standing in the lawn, and I encouraged us to get those lawn tickets because I do not like standing in the pit. Just not my crowd. Had a really bad experience in the pit years and years ago at a concert, so I'm not going to do that again.
Well, now I want to know about the bad experience.
Can't say that one on air. So after that bad experience,
Jake messed some people up.
No, nothing like that. I wanted to go with the lawn because there were cheaper seats, and I didn't realize that the lawn is basically a pit, just 80 yards back. So I actually regret the decision of not telling my wife to actually spend more money by getting a seat in the pavilion.
So here's the truth. I actually think Buffalo's a beautiful town. I don't want to drive 3.5 hours to go to a concert. And even, because this is like the third person I've heard that was going to go to a Pittsburgh concert recently. I don't even want to go to Pittsburgh for it. Like, I'll drive up here. I'll go to the grog shop. I'll go to...
I won't go 20 minutes for a concert, so who am I going to tell you?
I'm not a concert person either, JP.
Oh, I love concerts. I just don't like driving for concerts.
Yeah.
No. I'll drive for a lot of things. I've flown for a lot of things. Unless it's like an all-day, 4-day concert that I can just lose myself in, I'm not... for a 90-minute concert, no thank you.
We call that the Mac Robinson.
Yeah, that would be me crowd surfing with a big smile on my face in Columbus. That's the only way I'm going.
Where was your crowd surfing? Where was your embracing what was happening around you?
There was one.
There's like a when in Rome mentality you got to have sometimes.
So halfway through MGK's set, there was a girl who started to crowd surf, and they were coming our way, and I've just never been around anybody that's actually crowd surfed before.
Can you just refer to him by his legal name so that it gets in Nick's head what his legal name is?
I don't even know his legal name.
Whoa, we got two people now?
I'm not. I would know it if you tell me it.
Brothers in arms now. Look at that.
I would know it if it came up.
You went and saw him for 3.5 hours. You don't even know his legal name?
Well, again, it was for my wife.
Do you know Jelly Roll's legal name?
No, but Colson Baker's a beloved figure of this town.
Is he?
Jelly Roll isn't. Jelly Roll is Nashville.
Yeah. So if you say Colson Baker, I would know that would be MGK, but it's not top of
I gotta know his Christian name because I know his performing
He's
name.
He's like a top 5 as far as celebrities in Cleveland. He's got to be top 5 most famous.
I'll give it to you because I can't really think of 4 other names. I know him as MGK, and that's as far as I'm willing to go.
I was really annoyed because in one of the performances with him and Wiz Khalifa, he did start.
Don't Google. What is Jelly Roll's name?
Like I'm gonna know Jelly Roll's
name. I don't know.
name.
You asked if you had the answer already. You see the divorce?
He got divorced. Poor guy.
I know. What
Jason
a sad situation.
Bradley DeFord.
Yeah, who's knowing that? No one's knowing that.
Yeah. Yes, same thing with Colson Baker.
Everyone knows Colson Baker. I have no idea how Jake doesn't know it either.
Hey, I'm Colson Baker. I'm here to drop some sick beats.
Well, you see why he got the MGK moniker. You see why he pivoted off of that.
I would have buried Colson Baker real deep there. So you at your prime, back when you were a young man who used to do things and not 75 years old, what's the farthest you would go for a concert?
It depends. Is action potentially involved there or no?
I mean,
am I going to a concert because I'm going with a girl, or am I going to a concert to go with a couple buddies? Am I going to a concert that's also related to a casino potentially? Because that was also swaying me many years ago.
And your vices really did control you back in the day. They really just steered JP.
Yes,
I'm not.
I told you this.
There was not judgment there.
The things I did at 15, nobody should have been doing. I don't know where were my parents.
Chicago.
I know, just not parenting. Yeah, that was the problem. Just not
that's
parenting.
how we did it in the 90s and
they thought my gambling problems were cool. It was an odd situation.
216-474-0092.
Different times.
How far are you willing to drive for a concert? When I was much younger, I would go much farther. These days, 45 minutes. Again, but it's 45 minutes
where you
for
pay
an hour and a half show.
You pay all this money for these concerts. You're paying to go 3.5 hours and then
go to an inn but not a motel.
Yeah, Yeah, couldn't you at one point at the end were you just like, hey, honey, we can put on the Spotify. I swear we can make it sound just the same.
Well, that's why I told her to get the lawn tickets in the first place, because we lost money by selling the tickets for the Pittsburgh show and then had to spend a whole lot more for going 3.5 hours to Buffalo.
The Brendan Sorsby comp. You're either going to love or hate in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Feel the power this month and beyond, because if you're looking at new trucks this month, you know a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. How do I know? Well, it's simple. Once upon a time, I went to my
YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I'm a big bear. Don't let him get your paws on you. Pete Fiutak coming up in 20 minutes. Albert Breer coming up in Carry the 2 at 5:20. I didn't want to do the math. He's coming up at 5:20. We'll get to his thoughts on the Brennan Sorsby thing. I do think Albert, I'd be really surprised if Albert can't give us some indication on whether or not Brennan Sorsby, forgot that I almost said Albert Breer. Brennan Sorsby is going to face serious suspension or serious discipline from the NFL. Because to me, like, a quarter of the season, that's not serious, especially if he's allowed to be around the team. He's just not allowed to practice or play. But once you get above that is probably when I stop being as comfortable taking Brennan Sorsby in a supplemental draft situation.
Oh, yeah, it's interesting. I guess I'm trying to figure out how many games he has to play in order to feel like you really found out what you could or couldn't do with him, right? Mm-hmm. Is that number 8? Is that number 9? What is that number for you?
It's probably about half the season. I think that's when I start to get, just because I think so much of his rookie season, if people view this as like a redshirt season, so much of that's going to be a fact gathering, like how quickly can we get him up to speed without ever letting him, step on the field. And I think the Browns have kind of talked. They have some proprietary stuff. They have some technology that allows players to kind of try and get better while they're on the bench. I still think playing is the best kind of thing, but I think the Browns might be one of those teams that might have the advantage, but he's got to be in the building. He's got to be able to actually take advantage of all the things they have.
Yeah, I mean, if he's gone for, I don't know, let's say 7, 8, 9 games, my thing with Sorsby is I want to know what you have in him by the time you get to the 27 draft. So if you take him in the supplemental draft, are you taking the 27 draft off the table, or are you still being open-ended or open-minded about that?
Oh, I'm still open-minded. Yeah.
I am too, but that's also part of the reason why I'd take him in like the 3rd or 4th round, maybe instead of the 1st or 2nd.
So it's interesting. I still don't know that the rules are clear on this. Can they take him with their second first rounder next year, or does it have to be with the one that would be?
Own. Yeah, it's their own.
Okay. So that probably gives me more pause, just because if this thing doesn't go well and you have a top 3 pick next year and you can't use it because you don't have it anymore because you spent it on Brennan Sorsby, that's probably what would take me out of the equation for doing it. But So then maybe I do have a limit on this. Maybe I am second round is like the earliest I'd spend.
Yeah, I feel like I just don't want to take everyone out of the 27 part of this. And so, but again, maybe I'm already doubting Sorsby as is if that's my mentality of like, I want to see him for 7 or 8 games. Is 7 or 8 games really going to be enough? I know we talked about it being enough for Shuck. We've talked about it being enough for Dart and some of these other guys. Oh, okay, but what if he has something, maybe not Shedeur from last year, but something that is, I don't know, a little bit better than that? Like, is that, like, Caleb Williams was not good his rookie season. There's a lot of really good quarterbacks that just aren't good their rookie year.
I think it's interesting we're talking about this because the guy that we're about to play the comp for is somebody that, like, the Giants weren't good last year. The Giants had the 10th pick in the draft. And about half a season of Jackson Dart, they decided Jackson Dart's our guy. I know they spent a first rounder on him, but that's all it took. And then obviously he had 75 concussions and he plays like a meathead and all that kind of stuff. But like,
yeah,
I think it's interesting. Like the Giants didn't even have a full season of proof out of Jackson Dart, and they're kind of going forward with that as their plan.
There was a couple games in, and they were like, all right, we got our guy. This is the savior. This is it.
And so I thought it was interesting. Joe DeLeon was on with us yesterday, the first time he's been on since back when the draft was taking place, and here was the comp he had for Brennan Sorsby.
To a degree, he kind of reminds me of Jackson Dart. It's probably not the best comp that I could come up with, but the reason why I throw those comparisons out there, like the ability to extend plays and the willingness to extend plays, the elusiveness in the pocket, like those types of things. I think Sorsby's got a better arm than Jackson Dart does, but I think that there's a comparison that can be made in that freelancing style, but not being like an otherworldly elite runner, but more of just a quick player who's got good instincts with the ball in his hands and is always going to be able to improvise and make something happen.
So I think Sorsby's probably more raw than Dart. I also think Sorsby has a higher upside than Dart. But, I mean, I find me the Browns fan who right now, because the comp is today and not, 5 months from now, right now, I think if you told Browns fans Brennan Sorsby will be your Jackson Dart, I think people are willing to take him no matter the gambling stuff.
Yeah, I think for a lot of people that would signal that you found your franchise quarterback. That's all we're really searching for at the heart of it. Now, Dart still has to find answers. That's where you get to like that next level of the Baker discussion. It's like, well, is he your guy long term? Is he your guy for the next 12 years, or is he just the guy for the next 4 years until you have to decide whether or not you want to pay him the big cash?
Well, and I think that's why I kind of love that Joe said Jackson Dart, because I think there's we got to get a franchise quarterback. And yes, every team that doesn't have a franchise quarterback, no matter if they really love their current starting quarterback, are thinking at some point we've got to do the upgrade. At some point you got to do the Alex Smith to Patrick Mahomes, right?
Yeah.
Or you got to go to the Tyrod Taylor to Josh Allen, because that's what great franchises do. Or if you're like an elite franchise, I guess you get to go from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers to Jordan Love, and then we're like, this Jordan Love, sure, he's good, but he's no Aaron Rodgers.
They paid him after really what was 8 good games of play.
And so, I think the Browns, whether it's Shedeur, whether it's Deshaun, whether it would be Brennan Sorsby if they took him in the supplemental draft, I think before we even talk about, okay, is he a franchise quarterback, it is, do you think the guy can be a starting quarterback in the NFL? Because right now, you don't have a proven one on the roster.
Yeah, and the Jackson Dart, I guess the comp that it kind of scares you a little bit is, are we saying Jackson Dart in the NFL year one and what he was, or are we saying Jackson Dart as a college prospect? Because that is another thing. Like, as a college prospect, yes, he was taken in the first round, but he was a highly debated college prospect. Mm-hmm. We talked about him for a long time, and there's a lot of people that didn't believe he should have been a first-round pick.
So I think that's kind of where it falls short for me. I understand that it's like a type that Joe's talking about. I think Brennan Sorsby has a higher ceiling.
Well, I think I think the comp that he liked is that he uses his legs a ton.
Yes.
Like Jackson Dart, and he did. I think he had 9 rushing touchdowns last year. Now he's not Lamar, though.
Yes.
And he's not Josh Allen. He's not one of those guys in that next tier of like, whoa, this is an all-time great running quarterback. But he does use his legs a lot.
But I think Sorsby has a better arm on him. And I think Sorsby is a natural playmaker.
And Joe thought that too, by the way, the better arm side of things. Yeah. He thinks his arm is better.
So it's weird. Like, honestly, if you do think he's Jackson Dart to a T, that might mean maybe this 2026 season isn't a red shirt. It is impossible at this point to expect a kid to get taken in the supplemental draft in July and then walk in and steal the starting job in July. That won't happen.
No, not enough time.
But could we see that Shedeur wins the starting job, and if you get 8 or 9 games into the season, and all of a sudden you're seeing the better player in practice, I'm cool if it's a redshirt year with Sorsby, but again, if it's a much more literal Jackson Dart comp, and this kid's ready to play 8 to 9 weeks into the season, and Shedeur's not winning, all of a sudden I think that would make sense too.
All right, but what if Shedeur is winning?
Oh, then it's the best of both worlds. You get to win, and Jackson and Brennan Sorsby gets to sit on the bench, and then you can have that conversation in the offseason about what do you do with Shedeur and what do you do with Sorsby.
I mean, because the idea there is that if you're starting Shedeur, you have to do so with the thought initially, at least, that he's going to play all 17. But I would bet Andrew Berry, if he takes Sorsby, would have a different thought on it. I bet Andrew Berry would be like, well, I have to see what he's got. I got to see if I'm going to evaluate him up against the 27 draft class. I got to find out if he really can be it. There's a scenario that happens where they try to get a little greedy here and it blows up in their face.
I would be really surprised, especially with like how we kind of think. There are people out there that think Todd Monken's a one and done. There are people who think Andrew Berry's still in the hot seat, despite what the Myles Garrett trade tells you. I'd be really surprised if they were like 6-3. And they're like, well, we did draft Sorsby. I'd be really surprised if they were winning, and then you turn over the thing to Sorsby. I think you'd only see Sorsby
I would too.
if and honestly,
but where's that line stop?
A good organization. Well, the line probably starts the first time Shedeur would lose 2 games in a row.
I mean, oddly enough, I remember us doing this in the Deshaun Watson year with Jacoby Brissett. Because by the time we got to Deshaun, it was obvious what they had to do. But in like week 5 or week 6, there was like a 2-week conversation on this station about whether or not if Jacoby Brissett continues to play. Because at the time, he started off rather all right. And I think he even finished after the 11 games or whatever it was with really not bad numbers overall. But like week 5, week 6, somewhere around there, it's like, well, hold on. If they actually turn around and start winning these games, do you go to Deshaun right away? Do you make that move, or do you let the hot hand ride it out?
Oh, I mean, I'm sure.
And that was a Jacoby Brissett who had no part of the future on this.
I'm sure as you're saying this, that there are people hearing Brian Hoyer and Johnny Manziel in 2014 all over again. Because if the Browns had kept winning with Brian Hoyer, you never get tempted to go with Johnny Manziel. Now, that is 12 years ago. That is a different organization ago. But I actually think the temptation would come from Jimmy above all, because Jimmy seems to be the impetuous one that dips down and reaches his hand into the cookie jar more often than not. But it's interesting. I mean, the Sorsby comp of Jackson Dart, before you can get to a franchise quarterback, you got to get good enough. But if Shedeur gets to be good enough in the first place, there is – I know we all automatically go to the worst-case scenario. There is a cake-and-eat-it-too moment where if Shedeur can stabilize things – and then next offseason, you think Brendan's ready. Maybe you get something for Shedeur, and all of a sudden, or you just have two good quarterbacks, and that's a problem you've never had.
Yeah. And then we'd be trying to figure out exactly was Shedeur good enough to keep moving forward.
Yeah.
But I just there's so many different avenues this can go down. If Shedeur is good enough, I wonder how important it would be for them that they had to see Sorsby in like a 7-8 game stretch, and what they would do in order to do that. Because you piss off a lot of the players if they're winning and Shedeur looks good, but maybe not good enough. You're going to piss off a lot of guys in the process.
I think because Shedeur's so young, I'd just be surprised. When you're dealing with it, like in the case of Hoyer was a 30-year-old career backup, and Manziel was your number one pick one of your number one picks that year, right? Like even Jacoby Brissett versus Deshaun, that was, I think, a 27-year-old Jacoby, 28-year-old Jacoby versus 26-year-old Deshaun. It's so rare that you get two young, cost-controlled quarterbacks, and both of them are, one's got potentially sky-high upside, and the other's actually giving you something on the field.
Yeah, it's just interesting. I think so many people instinctively thought that you just give it to Sorsby and hang out, but me and you have been talking about how good we think this team can actually be. Now, we're not going crazy. I'm saying 7 wins, but with the offense and everything, there's a chance it looks better than people think.
216-474-0092. Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports, joined us. Yesterday, and said that he thinks Brendan Sorsby can be Jackson Dart. If Sorsby is Jackson Dart, is it worth it for the Cleveland Browns? When we come back, Pete Futek, College Football News, joins us and will talk us through the Brendan Sorsby shenanigans and situation in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin talking Brennan Sorsby. Who's going to get in the sweepstakes? Is it the Browns? And, of course, there's a big fallout for Texas Tech in all of this. Will they try and get Minnie Mahomes from Oregon? Will they get into the portal and try and get somebody else to replace Brennan Sorsby? And will someone please think of the children? And that's why we bring on somebody who always thinks of the children, always thinks of everybody. He's a thoughtful man. I'm just spinning my wheels now. On the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline of college football news. Pete Fiutak joins us now. Pete, welcome to the show.
What's going on? How you guys been?
Good. I feel like it's been forever, Pete. We've missed you.
You don't have enough content with Shedeur Sanders and the 19 quarterbacks you already have? You kind of want another one? You want this guy?
Pete, we got in a knockout, drag-out fight over Dennis Schroeder like an hour ago. Yeah. So, we need the content.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. I suppose you have to at this point, right? Are you pro or con Dennis Schroeder?
I am pro Dennis Schroeder. Why are you doing this to us, Pete? Because it got testy.
It got really tumultuous.
Yeah.
In ways it shouldn't have, Pete.
All right. Well, okay. So shoot. It's mid-June. Hey, you do what you got to do with with the World Cup happening and other things going on. So, all right, I get you. Keep the clock moving. Let's get going. But no, the problem with it, first of all, he really, I don't know exactly how this came about, but someone had to get to Sorsby and be like, look, bail us out here. Just go to the NFL. That solves everyone's problem. The weird part about this to me, though, is that Texas Tech's still going to pay him. Like, the whole thing about the Texas Tech show stuff and the embarrassing way that they handled this and everything was they didn't want to get sued. They didn't want to get sued by anybody. They didn't want to get the Brendan Sorsby camp to say, hey, look, we're legal to play here. You got to play us. And all that came with that. But then at the end of the day, they still were like, here, all right, we're not going to ask for our NIL money back. Just go enjoy life in the NFL. So, hey, win-win for Sorsby on this if someone drafts him. The problem is, at least among the top teams that are going to be in this supplemental draft, whenever it happens, really the only two teams, the only team that makes sort of sense is the Jets. Unless you think I don't think the Cardinals make sense. I think Carson Beck's better than Brendan Sorsby or the Browns. But again, Taylor Green's a player you want to play or develop a little bit. You want to see get Deshaun back. I still think
I don't want to do any of those things, Pete.
I think there's somebody there at Cleveland who should, among this whole group, that should be able to play quarterback for the Cleveland Browns and be pretty good at it.
Wait, you think Carson Beck is better than Sorsby? What are we doing?
I'm a huge. I think he's vastly underappreciated.
Is it the Cavender twin thing? Is that why?
Exactly. Of course. Yeah. Of course, that's part of it. No, I mean everyone forgets. Remember before. Now this is a part of it that when he hurt his shoulder in the SEC championship against Texas, it kind of seemed to zip something off his fastball. So his arm hasn't quite been the same since. But everyone kind of forgets he was kind of the presumptive number one overall pick, a few years back before this all sort of happened. And he started to show it a little bit last year, but I think he is a better pro prospect than Sorsby. Sorsby's okay. The problem is all the NFL people who've been talking for the last 24 hours didn't exactly see this dude play the second half of last year. He was great against the bad teams of the Big 12 schedule to start, and then the schedule got tougher. And old Brendan Sorsby was just a guy at that point.
That sounds like a Ty Simpson discussion where the first half of the season, if you watch just those games, you think he's awesome. And then if you watch the second half, maybe you don't think as much.
The difference being is there's not as much to go on with Simpson. And that's kind of the argument is that he just didn't play enough. Like the Florida State game, he was like the one guy out there playing. There is upside there to him. I'm not in the camp that says that Sorsby would have been the second player off the board, second quarterback off the board. and coming up with this next draft. Like if you're the Browns and you're going Sorsby, there's like 10 guys in this draft, quarterbacks in this draft that are going to be very, very good. If you're really that desperate and you don't have enough quarterback options, I almost say you just kind of wait unless he's still there around like the 5th go around in the supplemental, and you're giving a 5th rounder for Sorsby. Yeah, okay, you do something like that.
Pete, when the NCAA lost its injunction to Texas Tech, a lot of people thought, well, there's another nail in the coffin of the NCAA, given that the NCAA and Big 12 were behind a renewed push to find some way around Brennan Sorsby playing at Texas Tech in 2026. Should we take this as a win for the NCAA?
Yeah, because it was a win in public opinion, because there's nothing that united this country more than its agreement that Sorsby is just wrong for this thing. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do, and someone will take some side or another. There doesn't seem to be anybody who is like, yeah, the guy who was betting point totals on his Indiana team that he was on and, placed a gajillion bets. Yeah, that guy should still be playing college football. No one was really on that side of things. Not that, didn't do anything technically illegal that came out or anything like that, but it's just, you don't do that. So I just don't think the NCAA got the win it would have. They're going to still play this thing out, and they're still going to do a bunch of court cases just on the case in general. But if nothing else, this whole sort of thing showed that, you know what, there's something to be said that if you do this thing, and by the way, it's not just Sorsby, every kid's got some app on their phone for something, whether it's a NCAA tournament pool or fantasy football or a prediction market or any one of these betting houses. The kids, that's what everyone does. It's like sort of ordering a sandwich is like placing a bet on, France and Senegal in the second half of this thing here. So it's not just him, and it's got to be nipped in the bud right now, and that's what the NCAA is trying to do.
So how did we get here, though, from just the past couple of days? All of a sudden, everyone is talking about how the Big 12 is the one that wants to come out and have their own sanctions and want to potentially take away the Big 12 title game from Texas Tech. But they were very limited in what they could do because of the injunction, and they couldn't do anything in regards to limiting Sorsby and whether or not he could play. How did that end up becoming what tipped the scales?
As God is my witness, I have no idea what they're using to stand on. Like, the problem was Sorsby was declared legal. I know it was, Texas Tech, judges or something who ended up letting him be okay, but like he was legit able to play. That wasn't the question. There's nothing technically illegal about this, but the Big 12 got all chest thumpy because they want to nip this in the bud, because they know, as soon as you start, have a whiff of gambling problems, you become wrestling, and then there's an issue here. I was just waiting to see. I was waiting for Baylor, of all programs, to rise up and say something. Like, you want to talk about scandals? Baylor didn't exactly handle it. It's shot very well. Arizona State had a betting scandal that had real point-shaving issues. Like, just be careful, everybody, what you're talking about, because every school's got something, and every school, all 138 college football programs playing FBS, has someone on their team with an app on their phone who's doing something that the NCAA and the rest of the world probably doesn't like.
All right, Pete. Then I ask you, what does Texas Tech do at quarterback this year?
Fine. Even if with Will Hammond, if they don't get anybody else, look at their schedule. They're an 11-1 team with Sorsby. They're an 11-1 team without Sorsby. They're still loaded everywhere else. They're still the best team in the Big 12. Baron Morton was just okay last year. He's a good quarterback, but he certainly wasn't, Jalen Hurts or anything like that. So you can be fine with Hammond at quarterback. Everyone else is good, but this does open it up a little bit for the BYUs and Utahs and Kansas States to think, all right, and you didn't get the guy in the transfer portal then because you don't have him now. So let's see what happens to Texas Tech going forward. But if you look at their schedule, that's a 10-11 win schedule. And if they go 10-2, they're in the college football playoff.
All right, Pete, you said, you watched a lot of this and you really feel like that's where some people are just missing in Sorsby. They didn't watch enough, and especially some of the second half. What exactly did you not like? Because, I care about what you think, and you're really speaking as if the Browns need to avoid Sorsby here.
You mean besides the throw at the end of the Nebraska game earlier?
I referenced the Nebraska game earlier. I don't. Embarrassing.
Other than that, I digress. There wasn't anything wrong there. First of all, he's got a good arm. He's pretty mobile. He's a baller. He's good. I'm kind of an elitist when it comes to. I want the guys with the elite next level tools. I want the 6'5", 230 guy who can run, or I want someone who did something at an elite level. This is why I know we've joked about this, but I really do like. Shedeur Sanders was if anything, crazy, an underappreciated college player. I mean, he was among the most accurate, toughest college quarterbacks I've ever seen. And, so guys who have something in them that can stand out at a whole other level, that's not really Sorsby. That's Arch Manning. That's Dante Moore. That's, in terms of just being a baller, Trinidad Chambliss, who's going to come out and on and on and on with all these good quarterbacks that are going to be out there. I'm sure he's going to be a fine starter, and there's always there's always a block party somewhere out there that no one's really paying attention to. But I don't see him as this guy that's going to make your franchise something truly special.
All right, Pete. Yesterday on Up and Adams with Kay Adams, Steve Sarkisian, Texas's head coach, said he could see Arch Manning returning to Texas after the 2026 season. In what event do you think that actually happens?
The Andrew Luck factor, that you don't really need the money. You like college. You only get to do this once. The NFL will still be there for you. He's got generational wealth no matter what, can develop more as a passer. Maybe if they don't win the national title, he has that out for them. And the Manning family loves college, and all that kind of stuff is kind of on the table for him. I've always been kind of the mind of the Bill Parcells way of saying things. If you want to play in the league, go to the league. If you're an NFL quarterback, go be an NFL quarterback and quit dinking around in college. So, and that turned out to be the problem with Andrew Luck. He didn't love being an NFL quarterback. And so I don't think there's that issue with him. But, now the money is so great with NIL. You can still make a lot of money. He's never going to, go hungry the rest of his life or anything like that. Money is not an issue. So just go. You want to have fun. But if you're a Manning, if you're that guy, and I think Arch Manning's going to be that guy this year, and you're going to be the number one overall pick, well, then go do it. Go be the number one overall pick. But then again, if you're Dante Moore and you would have been the number 2 overall pick and you didn't go, sometimes these guys just want to stick around, and you're making a lot of money, NIL money as is. So you can develop a little bit more.
I heard Greg Sankey basically. I get it. You're at SEC Media Day. You're trying to prop up the SEC. You're talking to SEC reporters and writers. They're going to buy into all of it. But like his insistence that the SEC is just leaps and bounds ahead of everybody is just. It's become laughable, Pete. Like the Big Ten is the better conference right now. I firmly believe that. Do you?
Well, let's start with where does it matter? Business-wise, yeah. They're not even close. I mean, it's starting to hit, but I've been saying for years and years and years, just wait until Alabama figures out that it's not making as much as Purdue, and then people are going to be like really sort of take it. But the business-wise, the Big Ten is so far ahead of everyone else. They have all the media markets. Yes, the Georgia versus Alabama game is going to have better ratings than just about any other game during the year because it's a national game and that kind of thing more than the average Big Ten game. But it's okay. The teams are really good, but like you said, look at the Big Ten. Look at a team like Purdue. Purdue has a great coaching staff. They're way better than they've been over the last several years. You look at the talent they got through the portal. You've got the pieces that are in place. And that's still like a 3-9 team for this Big Ten season because their schedule is just a disaster. So it's, okay, fine. Georgia's going to be really good. I'm a firm believer that Lane Kiffin is going to be everything to LSU. That LSU turns into, Alabama under Saban. I'm buying in on that. And there's some good teams out there too. Among them, Texas is certainly great. I still don't count them as an SEC team, but it is. Oklahoma is going to be certainly very good. But honestly, number 1, 2 to start the season, in some way, Ohio State, Oregon, Indiana, it's got to be top 4 to somewhere to start the season. USC is going to be great again. Keep going up and down the conference, and there's just a lot of really good teams where any given Saturday is going to be a problem for just about anybody.
Pete, great stuff, buddy. Catching up with you, always fun. We appreciate you. We'll catch up with you down the line.
Anytime, guys. You have a good one. And I'm a pro Dennis Schroeder, by the way. I'm good on him.
Damn right. That's the way you sign off.
You can be
there.
wrong once in your life. It's all right, Pete.
He already was about Carson Beck. Great stuff there for Pete Fiutak. College football news on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what Pete had to say about Brendan Sorsby and a little bit of breaking Guardians injury news in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
I can't raise my arms. I can't climb the stairs. I can't kneel down, which means I can't play with my
hires who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Albert Breer coming up in about 40 minutes. We'll talk about the Brennan Sorsby situation, the topic du jour of all Cleveland sports today. But we've been waiting on injury news from the Cleveland Guardians. Jose Ramirez out 5 to 7 weeks, but we don't know when he will have surgery or if he already has. So we wait a little update on Jose, and we were expecting that maybe Angel Martinez would be in the lineup tonight for game 1 of their series against the Brewers, and maybe the update would be negatively on the way of Chase DeLauter. Well, it was actually Angel Martinez, not Chase DeLauter, placed on the IL with a left foot fracture, is what they're calling it now, and still no word on Chase DeLauter.
Okay, so
the worst possible way this could have gone.
Well, it's not great. Yeah.
No.
Well, I think the worst possible way would have been them being like CDL is the one that's the problem, and this has to go on the IL. But this is not. This
but
is
no
not
answer
good.
Doesn't feel better.
It doesn't. No, the no answer part of this is what's driving me crazy because it feels like something big is coming. This has been my worry for a little bit now, and so yeah, J-Ram on the IL, Angel on the IL, and then if DeLauter goes on, 3 guys in the matter of 1 game is wild.
Yeah, that feels like. I know you don't believe in them. That feels like the sports gods personally spiting Guardians fans, which would be wild because it's like we've kind of already spited us by not having economic parity in baseball. The fact that we get to have our favorite players for 4 or 5 years and then become Yankees or Dodgers all the time. That already feels like a fair amount of spiting, and then your 3 best hitters or 3 of your best hitters.
The gods don't control who the ownership is.
Oh, I bet you they do.
I don't think the gods have a say in that.
You don't think the gods are
the gods have a say
I'm going to follow up the Lerner family with the Haslam family.
I think the gods have a say in none of it. That's been my long-standing stance.
I was going to say, how do you know what the gods are in or out or out on?
I think they're
given that you don't believe in them
because they have inaction. Okay, they have there's no action that they have, and so they cease. They don't exist, Nick.
In your opinion,
they don't exist.
In my opinion, they're spiteful, petty little bees, and they need to get over them damn selves.
Why would they do this all in one day to everyone here? Why would they choose that Saturday? Nice Saturday. You're getting after Skubal. Skubal's making this big triumphant return, and you're actually getting after him. Why would they choose that Saturday to do such a thing?
Why would they do?
And why this Guardians team of all teams?
Why would they do Red Right 88? Why would they do the drive? Why would you do the decision? Because you're the sports gods, and you got a bit of an attitude problem, and you want to pick on little old Cleveland.
Just against Cleveland, the sports gods just hate Cleveland.
No, they're D's to everyone, but they're double D's to us. I didn't like the way that came out. They're nope, don't love that one either. They're just bigger jerks to us, is what I'm trying to say.
Is that right? Why do they hate us more than anyone?
Maybe it's the great summer weather. Right?
Is that they're jealous of it? What?
Maybe it's just the booming Ohio economy. That clearly has got to be it.
Is that right?
The fact that we're led by such incredible politicians here in the state of Ohio. We've got too much.
You could have said some nice things, like maybe they're jealous of our metro parks. But why can't the baseball gods, why can't they just go ahead and go for a stroll?
We do have some banging metro parks here for now.
I think it's one of the least talked about things.
Oh, yeah.
Nationally, it gets no love at all, and I don't understand why. And then locally, everyone here loves it, and it's like a legitimate top 3 thing for, like I've told you one of my favorite things about Cleveland is the lack of traffic. Yeah. I just think it's a big bonus, and not enough people discuss how great of a feature that is in the city, that we just don't have traffic ever. The Metro Parks might be in like the top 4 of like things that make Cleveland great. Never gets brought up anywhere.
When we lived in Lansing for a year, when we were pregnant with Olivia, we were shocked to find out that the capital of Michigan does not have a Metro Parks. And by the way, not a lot of places go walking
a lot of places. They don't have a Metro Park set up like this. It's not normal.
But the sports gods are being D's about that.
But why? Why are they? What are they jealous of?
The Metro Parks and the poverty rate.
And the poverty rate.
Yeah. It's got to be those 2 things.
What?
I don't know.
That's fine.
But, that stinks about Angel Martinez and Jose, 2 of your best power hitters so far. Now, that being said, we just had Pete Futek on. And Pete walk through his thoughts on Brennan Sorsby.
The problem is all the NFL people who've been talking for the last 24 hours didn't exactly see this dude play the second half of last year. He was great against the bad teams of the Big 12 schedule to start, and then the schedule got tougher, and old Brennan Sorsby was just a guy at that point. And coming up with this next draft, like if you're the Browns and you're going Sorsby, there's like 10 guys in this draft, quarterbacks in this draft, that are going to be very, very good. If you're really that desperate and you don't have enough quarterback options, I almost say you just kind of wait unless he's still there around like the fifth go around in the supplemental, and you're giving a fifth rounder for Sorsby. Yeah, okay, you do something like that.
I do think for a lot of people it is going to come down to where you can get him for how much.
Yeah, it's a big part of the whole everything with him.
I'm not saying there's not bad tape of Brennan Sorsby out there. We already had somebody in the break put up Shedor's stats, his final year at Colorado versus Brennan Sorsby's stats from last year. And it's like, if I put up Josh Allen's stats from his 2 years at Wyoming starting, you'd vomit.
Yeah, you can't. Using college football stats is not the greatest thing in the world, all things considered.
Yeah.
I mean, there's room for it. I think in Baker's case, for instance, the fact that he had at the time the highest efficiency rating in college football history, I think that does matter. I think when you talk about Shedeur and him having the completion percentage as a feature, yes, I think you can talk about those type of things. But doing an apples to apples and making the case that one quarterback is better than the other in the college game based off of their stats alone it's a messy area.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. Pete's really bad at quarterbacks.
Well,
I love Pete, but good God, he's got some wild ass QB takes.
All right, so the Carson Beck thing is I don't understand that, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know anyone that listening that does. That's fine. He's talked about Carson Beck before. Maybe he'll end up being right. I don't know. But I do tend to think that he's right about the idea that Sorsby doesn't have an elite trait.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the idea with Sorsby is that he's got a lot of above average to very good. There's nothing elite there yet. And if you are the type of person that only fawns over elite traits and elite traits only, then yes, Sorsby will end up disappointing you.
I thought you were going to go Pete has been a big supporter of Shedeur, and I think that's where he's right on quarterbacks. You sidestepped it.
Is the tide turning on the Shedeur conversation? I mean, Pete's speaking glowingly. I got Colin Cowherd today speaking glowingly, bringing up the stat that who had as many touchdowns in the final 7 games of the season as Shedeur Sanders, one Josh Allen. Little stats like that. I'd say it's going well for Shedeur lately.
216-474-0092.
You took us down that road. You did that.
I did.
You took us down that road.
I teed you up. You just took a big swing.
If you're fawning over elite traits, Sorsby's not your Romeo.
It's funny. I do think he has an elite arm. He doesn't have Josh Allen's arm, but I think we overcomplicate. We go to who has the highest, most powerful arm, and then that's the elite arm. No, there's I think if you said is he a top 20. We're just talking about arm power, top 20 in the NFL arm. I would probably put him up there.
But top 20 is not elite, though.
Or not top 20, sorry, top 10. Top 10 to me, if you're in the top 10% of the best arms in the NFL, that's elite.
I guess we can haggle over what we consider elite. Because for me, elite is, for arm specifically, are you in Josh Allen? Are you in the Justin Herbert category? If you're in that.
What about Mahomes?
That's elite. Mahomes doesn't have necessarily the same elite arm that Josh Allen and Herbert have.
Also, here's the thing I would push back on.
And I don't think you need, by the way, I don't think you need to have an elite arm like that in order to exist in the NFL.
I think Sorsby has elite playmaking abilities. Meaning, when you get him out of structure.
Okay, all right.
So I kind of disagree with Pete on that.
Okay, that's and that's maybe where he'd say it's a cut below. Is that if you want to go to his scrambling, if you want to go to his running, he's really good. 50 yards a game is good. It's not Lamar level. It's not Josh Allen level though. It's not even what Justin Fields was doing when he was playing. There's this is where I think he falls into that above average to very good. Nothing knocks your socks off when you talk about Sorsby.
Our buddy Adam in Rocky River weighed in on Shedeur, but I don't. In our text messages here, I don't think I can say what he said there. But it's not a positive review.
Rude is what I would say.
Yeah,
that's what I'd call that. Rude is what I would call that.
I would say it's authentic. I'd say it's honest.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and because of that, he's relatable, and I think that's why people love our buddy Adam in Rocky River.
We do love him.
We do,
and
love
that guy wants Shedeur to start week 1. By the way,
yeah.
He's got that fun twist of a combo of I don't think Shedeur is very good, but I also want him to start week 1. That's a world for those teams.
Not how he said the first part there. Not exactly how he said it. 216.
I got the point across.
474-0092. Very blunt, very specific. How good of a prospect is Brennan Sorsby? We got the lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Picture the end of a long holiday weekend. Everyone's gone home, the yard is quiet, and you step into your own hot tub. That's the whole point. In Northeast Factory Direct is your spot to get a hot tub, right? Because no matter what time of year we're talking, they've always got a deal on hot
Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Meredith Kane.
We're the only station in Cleveland where you can talk defending division champion Guardians at 6 a.m. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Oh, hey, BT Dubs. Albert Breer coming up in just about 20 minutes there. We will get into the Brennan Sorsby situation. Got some Gardo's injury news to get into. Plenty to get to here on a Tuesday. And let's start with Mary Kay Cabot at Cleveland.com. Was on with Baskin and Phelps today, and she talked about the Browns' lack of interest in Brennan Sorsby in the supplemental draft.
Things can always change, but right now, I think that the thinking is that he is so fresh out of rehab, or maybe even still in rehab for his gambling addiction, that I think the feeling is you just really don't have any evidence or any insider knowledge into the notion that he can stay clean and sober as it relates to gambling. Probably a very, very difficult thing to do, and nobody's going to really know the answer to that when they actually have to make this decision on whether or not to bid on him. So I think at this moment in time, they probably don't want to add another log onto the quarterback fire. But let me just say this. When I say they are going to continue to do their work on him and complete their due diligence, they will do that. And things can change as you go through that process.
Yeah, I mean, they just haven't shown at any point in Andrew Berry's time here that they care about any off-field transgressions of any sort. And so I don't think they'd be scared or intimidated by the fact that you have to wonder if Sorsby has a gambling addiction. I just don't think they care.
I mean, I think Andrew Berry did a great job of breaking down the difference between somebody making a bad decision and somebody having character issues. I think everything the Browns have previously said about Sorsby goes out the window, because when they were saying it, they didn't know he was going to be heading to the supplemental draft. Mm-hmm. They've already done a bulk of work on him because you're getting ready for the 2027 class. If there's an opportunity to get to know him, I'd be surprised if they didn't. And by the way, I fully believe what Mary Kay is reporting, because I think that's probably what the Browns are telling people. I don't think they're going to go out there and being like, we're very interested in him,
well, I think that's
knowing
awful.
that you don't really control the draft in any way.
Yeah, what do you do? Come out and be like, we're dying to sit down with him. We're dying to go check out his pro day. We're dying to do this, dying to do that. When if the supplemental draft order doesn't even go your way, then all of a sudden you've pissed off Shador and Deshaun in the process, and the team feels like they're directionless. And they might already feel like they're directionless, but you just don't need to do that before you actually have a decision made and the draft has gone through. Pete Futek, College Football News, joined us last hour. He broke down Brennan Sorsby's game and compared him to the quarterbacks in next year's draft class.
The problem is all the NFL people who've been talking for the last 24 hours, didn't exactly see this dude play the second half of last year. He was great against the bad teams of the Big 12 schedule to start, and then the schedule got tougher, and old Brennan Sorsby was just a guy at that point. And coming up with this next draft, like if you're the Browns and you're going Sorsby, there's like 10 guys in this draft, quarterbacks in this draft, that are going to be very, very good. If you're really that desperate and you don't have enough quarterback options, I almost say you just kind of wait unless he's still there around like the fifth go around in the supplemental, and you're giving a fifth rounder for Sorsby. Yeah, okay, you do something like that.
Yeah, anytime we say there are 10 guys who could be first rounders next year, you're probably still lucky if half those guys end up actually being first rounders.
I don't think he's implying that it was 10 first rounders. I think the implication there is that he doesn't think Sorsby's a first rounder.
Yeah.
I think there's 10 guys that maybe not be first rounder, but there's 10 guys total.
So with that, I'm sure there are people that agree with him. I think Sorsby.
I have somebody. Coach Riz. Coach Riz texted me 10 minutes ago. He's done the prep work. He's done the film work. He did a lot on Sorsby on this. He's already getting ready for the 2027 draft. Out of 10 quarterbacks, where do you think Sorsby ranks?
10th.
He's got 9 quarterbacks ahead of Sorsby.
He likes a lot of quarterbacks. He's been kind of a quarterback heel, though, recently. Ever since you've made the point to him, and I've made the point to him that he loves quarterbacks.
He's going against it.
He's like, let me tell you about guys I don't like.
He says, quote, I'm not a huge fan.
That's basically him calling him an a-hole.
How about that?
Because he's so nice.
How about that? I'm not a huge fan. Might as well be. He is MF and Sorsby like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, like if he saw, basically Coach Riz is saying if he saw him in an alleyway, he'd stab him.
I got it wrong. He's 9th on the board.
Oh,
he's 9th on the board.
Well, that's totally different now.
Not 10. He's 9th. He's
totally
9th on the board
now.
9th on my board if he stayed. 9th quarterback, because I had to clarify. I said I want to clarify. 9th for all quarterbacks next year or 9th overall of all positions? Because there's some people out here that say he's, he'd be not only a top 5 quarterback, he's one of the best quarterbacks, if not the best in the whole situation. No, Coach Riz, not a huge fan.
Well, the Browns have about 32 cooks in the kitchen. You could ask all 32 of the guys that work in their front office.
How are we so off on this guy?
What do you mean?
How is Ryan Wilson coming on here saying if you just took the names off the back of the jerseys, everyone would take him over Arch Manning? But then there's enough people and I tell you, Coach Riz watches everything. Pete Futek watches everything, though. That man hasn't missed a college football game of importance my whole life. Okay, and so how are these guys so off?
Well, I mean,
on what they think about Sorsby.
In fairness, the NFL, when it comes to quarterbacks, is wrong as much as they are right. Like, for instance, Bryce Young over C.J. Stroud, Jaden Daniels going over Caleb Williams.
Right, but those are still like neck and neck races. Those are still tight for a lot of people, and it's like, if you took Caleb over Jaden Daniels in that draft, Jaden still won the Heisman that year. Jaden still had a lot of people that were in his corner. Drake May, by the way, went 3rd in that draft, and it's like it's close. It's close. This conversation doesn't seem necessarily close if you have a 9th quarterback on your board. Pete's got him as 10 quarterbacks ahead of him. Like, that's very different than he is better than Arch Manning, in my humble opinion.
I agree.
Okay, good.
Go Cavs. Earlier in today's show, we reacted to reports that the Cavs are looking to shed salary this offseason, which led to this debate about Dennis Schroeder. He was instrumental to their offense. They don't get out of the second round without Dennis Schroeder. We agree, by the way, on the Eastern Conference Finals. He went Thomas Bryant in the Eastern Conference Finals. But he was an integral part in the first 2 rounds.
He had one double-digit scoring game. It was 11.
I'm not looking at box score. I'm looking at what happened.
I mean, the box score does tell a story, does it not? Like, we watched these same games, but it's not as if he was like majorly impactful to the point where I left thinking to myself, what an awesome contribution.
Yeah, him not scoring points is not what we're talking about. Like, think back to when their offense would stagnate. They would put him in. Kenny would put him in.
I mean,
and he would speed up the offense.
I didn't see it. There's nothing I saw on Schroeder that tells me you had to keep him. The deal why you made that deal to begin with was because Keon Ellis.
We can go back if you'd like to watch it. Maybe we can get an NBA coach to kind of decide who's right on this one.
I'd love it. He had one shot in the final 3 games.
Yeah, in the Eastern Conference Finals. I said he was bad.
No. And that was in the second round.
Yeah, he also had good games. That's dirty pool by Jake putting that in there.
That was. He just wants us to fight.
I think this feels like a Keith assist there.
He just wants us to fight. Did you hear how condescending you sounded?
Did you hear how condescending you sounded?
Yes, but did you hear how we should get a coach. We should get a coach in here to go ahead and watch the film. Oh, yeah, okay. All right, yeah. Let's get a coach in here to watch the film of Dennis Schroeder sucking up the joint. That was my shot back in return.
I think you already had your shot in the piece.
Pew, 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 pew.
We were both condescending.
I just keep shooting.
We were both condescending.
Wow.
I don't want to be condescending now. I just wanted to be condescending then. Hey, Dennis Schroeder's awesome. Bleep you.
He's not awesome.
You're not awesome.
Just keep arguing with your feelings more. That's all that happened there. Pew, 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 why did Jake do this? Why did Jake do this?
That's just dirty work.
Why did Jake do this?
Putting you in a position to look wrong twice in the same show.
It's not looking wrong twice.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
But his box score.
Let's bring in a coach. He can make 24% shooting while averaging under 3 points a game in the final 6 games of the playoffs look good. No coach can do that. I promise you, buddy. No coach can make that look good.
A box score.
No coach can make that look good.
Yep.
Well, maybe you should read a box score because what you're watching the games is not working out for you very well.
Damn you, Jake!
Guardians will be without Jose Ramirez as they start their 9-game road trip tonight in Milwaukee. Do you think that these next few weeks will make or break the Guardians season?
No. But I do think it's an interesting time for them to prove that they can withstand the Jose thing. It's just, and I think it was Nightingale actually just tweeted this out. He did undergo surgery on his hand today. And the estimated time to return is between the All-Star game and the trade deadline, which is like 3 weeks. But no, I
They said 5 to 7 weeks in that timeline there, and we've seen Jose come back from this in a month, so I'm going to err on the positive side of that.
Should also be noted, Chase DeLauder not on the IL today, also not in the lineup today. So
I don't know what to do with that.
Continue to think the worst possible thing. I think that's the only thing we can do here. But no, I mean, I think I understand if your initial thought was they're screwed, especially with the Angel news today, going into the 10-day IL with a foot fracture, especially with the CDL stuff up in the air. I get it. I can't really push back. I just continue to look at a team in the Guardians that every time something that feels catastrophic, what would sink other teams, they respond better. As an organization, they know how to weather the storm. I give them a real chance to do that, and I believe in Bazana. I believe he can be more consistent. Rocchio's in the 2-hole tonight. It's a great opportunity for him to step up. I think they still have enough to get through the next 5 weeks. I'm not on Doom Patrol.
I'm not on Doom Patrol, but I have a lot of the same feelings I've had now for a while with this team. They get a strong bold now as far as how I feel. Because I don't think this offense is enough, and I worry about what's going to happen when you play within the margins the way that they play. You're just going to need your pitching staff to be perfect because you're just not going to get enough offense.
Albert Breer walks us through Brennan Sorsby's NFL stock. Will he be allowed to be in the supplemental draft? Many more questions with Albert in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
respect what everybody else thinks because that's why quarterback position is so hard to evaluate.
Coach Riz, what a breakdown. That's why we have him on all the time. Andrew Berry, Browns GM.
I was listening to a little bit of the show earlier, and I heard Coach Riz. He was really impressive, and I think he gives a very intelligent and informed perspective, being a former coach.
The station with the most sports talk in the CLE. 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Working to get Albert Breer on the show here. Hopefully we can get to Albert here. More on the Gardos injury streak coming up in the 6 o'clock hour. We do have In Case We Missed It coming up as well. But the news of the day. And I legitimately said yesterday when the Brendan Sorsby thing came up, I said thank you to the sports gods for that bit of news. One, because it's June. And two, because I just think this thing took the most interesting turn it could. Whether it's he felt pressured that, or uncertain about his future at Texas Tech, just didn't want the hassle. Whether it was he got a guarantee, whether it's a first round, second round guarantee from the NFL, whether he got some clarity on whether or not he'll be suspended by the NFL. He heard the right confluence of things to make the jump to the NFL, and now it just becomes, will the NFL allow him into the supplemental draft?
But there was something Pete had referenced that I just was not aware of, and I hadn't seen anyone really talking about. But Pete made the suggestion that the $5 million that he was given in NIL money that's his. It's guaranteed. It's fine. It's not as if he has to give that up in the process to then go to the NFL. So he's getting all $5 million. That's taken care of, and he then gets to go and get all this NFL money. It kind of becomes a no-brainer at that point.
Yeah. That's honestly, that does make it seem like Texas Tech went to him and said, hey, this is a real pain in the butt.
Yeah.
How are we feeling about going to the NFL?
I also think they had the understanding that if the Big 12 actually got what it was trying to fight for, then Sorsby could have this season that would help his value. But ultimately, what would happen to Texas Tech is the wins would get vacated. They wouldn't play for a Big 12 title game. And for the Texas Tech, all right, I can't hang a banner on that.
Just to keep the Sorsby conversation rolling along here, we head out to the Weishart Right, We Make It Right call, Kyle Wright hotline, and welcome on of the MMQB, Albert Breer, joining us right now. Albert, welcome to the show.
Hey, fellas, what's going on?
I got to say, you're having a generational run here in June. You get the Myles Garrett trade and the A.J. Brown trades, which you were right on the entire time on June 1. And now Sorsby, which you've been all over since this thing first came up 2 months ago. I mean, this never happens in June, Albert, and you're the face of it.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know if I'm the face of anything, but I don't want to scare anybody with that. But I appreciate you guys saying it.
I am curious. One of the points of contention when we start talking about Sorsby making the jump to the NFL is, will the NFL even let him into the supplemental draft? Have you heard anything about the NFL and how they're going to approach the Sorsby situation?
Yeah, I think the answer to whether or not they're going to let him into the supplemental draft is yes. And this is something that obviously Sorsby's team has been vetting. And I think probably the simplest way to explain this is the NFL. Like if you take this from the perspective of a court of law, the NFL is basically a trade association, and Brendan Sorsby is not a member, is not a union member within that trade association, right? So if you follow me here, he's not a part of the NFLPA yet, so he's not subject to their rules yet. And so, like legally, a trade association can't deny someone employment when they don't work within the trade association. They have to leave that up to the companies, and the companies in this case would be the teams. So, I think, in this case, because he does qualify for the supplemental draft, which the rules are, if you're deemed ineligible, that you qualify for the supplemental draft. And there have been different reasons for that, right? Josh Gordon was drugs. Terrell Pryor was rules. There have been a bunch of guys where it's been academics, right? He's ineligible. And so that makes him eligible for the supplemental draft. And he'll be ineligible as soon as he withdraws the lawsuit, which is happening today. So they have to let him in, I think. Then comes the second piece of it, which is there going to be any sort of sanctions or repercussions for what he did at the NFL level? And that's a little murkier. I think really a lot of that might come down to, would Brendan Sorsby rather just enter the league without a fight? If the NFL tries to impose something, will it be everybody to their battle stations, or will they somehow work out something ahead of time? And I think like what people forget about the prior case is, even though he wound up appealing it, that was sort of worked out ahead of time, and Pryor had accepted a 5-game suspension to mirror the 5-game suspension he had from the NCAA. So I do wonder if something's going to be negotiated here. And a key piece to this, guys, I know I'm being long-winded, but obviously it's a complex thing, is going to be whether or not he can practice and meet and do all the other stuff while he's suspended. Essentially, do they treat this like a drug suspension, or do they treat this like a personal conduct suspension? Because under a personal conduct suspension, the guy can't be in the building, right? Mm-hmm. Under a drug suspension, the guy can, because he can come for treatment, he can meet with his teammates, he can go through all that different stuff. So that, I think, would be like a determining factor for teams too, because if you get to have him, like say they work out like a 6-game suspension, but you get to have him in the building and he can practice. Well, then, like, you're getting to see him every day, and he probably wasn't going to play anyway because he's showing up so late, So you essentially get him. You just can't put him on the game field, So I think it's a really interesting case, and it'll continue to be an interesting case. But, I think he's going to be a relatively high pick, maybe the highest pick since Josh Gordon. What was that, 14 years ago now?
Can you explain to us, because I was trying to find something that was close, and the Kayshon Boutte stuff I feel like is as close as we're going to get. He placed more than 8,900 wagers. Yeah. Some of those were on games he played at LSU. And then, obviously Louisiana State, they just kind of dropped the charges, and then it just kind of felt like life moved on and nothing really came of that. Are there any similarities in your eyes there, or point out some of the differences between the two?
I mean, there are. I mean, I think that's fair. And I think it's similar to when, like, the Kayshon Boutte fell on the sword. I think the difference is, like, the NFL wasn't ahead of it the way that they are here. And it is, and that one was more of a admission of guilt, like, after everything had happened. And I don't know if a statute of limitations had passed or whatever. But, in this case, obviously, there are a lot of eyeballs on it, And look, like, I think this is the piece of it that people that I think people don't understand, right? Like, I totally respect that this can be an illness, right? Like, gambling addiction is a real thing, right? I'm not saying it isn't, but alcoholism is a real thing too, and that doesn't mean that you can go drive around drunk, So, like, I think that there's like a parallel in just that. Okay, like, how do you treat this? And is this something that you're going to handle with putting him into a program and checking up on him and monitoring him? And there's some level of, I think, of past experience the league has there with guys like Jamison Williams and Calvin Ridley. Does he come into the league scot-free? How you treat it, I think, is going to be such an important thing. So I think the Boutte thing does, there is a precedent there, but going forward now, like, the league has to create a deterrent. And I think they also have to let college kids know, and this was the case with the Pryor thing too, that they're not going to be a safe haven. If you go and you make 1 million bets on your phone and it doesn't work out, well, hell, I can just go to the NFL. Like, the NFL is going to be motivated to create a deterrent to a kid doing that before he comes to the pros.
Albert, I know everyone's talked about Sorsby on the condition of, well, if he stays in college in 2026 and does what he thinks, he can be a top 5, top 10 pick in next April's draft. Have you heard what scouts think about Sorsby and where he might have gone if he had come out this last year and was eligible in this year's April's draft?
Yeah, so he's a big, loose athlete, and he's a kid who I think, I think you guys understand that I'm throwing these names around just to kind of describe the type of player he is, the style of player he is, not saying that he's going to become these guys. But, I mean, if I say Patrick Mahomes, Caleb Williams, Zach Wilson, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Mm-hmm. Like, it's sort of like that, like, Brett Favre genre of quarterback, right? So, like, that's what he is. And I think from a talent perspective, a lot of people would tell you He's more talented than Ty Simpson, who was the 13th pick in the draft last year. And I think some people would say he's more physically gifted than Fernando Mendoza. Now, Mendoza was a much better player last year, so there's a difference there as well. If he had stayed in school, I think we'd be looking. I think you're looking at him the same way you're looking at Arch Manning at Texas, the way you're looking at C.J. Carr at Notre Dame, Lenoris Sellers at South Carolina. I put Dante Moore from Oregon in like a little bit of a different category, in that I think he's more proven, more consistent, more kind of like polished as a quarterback. But those other guys, I think he would fit into that category where you see the physical gifts there, but there's still a need for, a lot of refinement. And if that refinement comes, he would have had an opportunity to play his way, I think, into the top 5 or 10 picks in the draft.
If you had to guess, using all the info and people you've talked to as your base, what round do you think he'll actually end up going in the supplemental draft?
Second. That'd be my guess. Here's the thing. Like, I look at it like, I think a first rounder is probably too rich. Although, like, I think if you're like the Steelers, you have to investigate it, because where are you going to be picking that high, And like, if you really think like you got a good team around Aaron Rodgers this year, and then you're not going to have a quarterback after that, he's already said he's retiring, or you're not quite sure like on where you're at the position, you need to at least investigate. Now, they got a crowded quarterback room, right? And then I think you get into the teams like the Jets, the Browns, the Dolphins, the Cardinals, where those teams didn't take quarterbacks high this year. Those teams still kind of have a little murkiness about their future at the position. And if you're one of those teams, like, I kind of look at it and say, like, why wouldn't you throw a second rounder at that? And this is presuming that you see him the way that I described him, which not everybody does. But if you see him that way, I mean, isn't it enticing? Like, let's just say from the Browns' perspective, isn't it enticing the idea that if you flip the second rounder for him, that, like, if you hit the next year, you can turn around and draft Jeremiah Smith? Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
His next year's draft is loaded, and not just a quarterback. In fact, I think most people would tell you at this point, the top prospects in the draft for next year are at other positions. It's Jeremiah Smith at receiver, it's Dylan Stewart and Colin Simmons at edge rusher, it's Leonard Moore at corner. Like, there are some really high-end guys, And so I think it's fascinating from that perspective as well. If you're one of these teams where it's like, the logic would be, well, we think he's got like a ceiling to be, a top 7 or 8 quarterback in the NFL. And if we hit, that could free us up next year. And if we don't, we could still turn around and spend our first rounder on a quarterback anyway.
All right, Albert, I saw you made a video about this, but I wasn't able to watch it yesterday because it was kind of a hectic day for us. It was a heck of a tease, though, and I got to ask you, who is the NFL's version of the New York Knicks?
I said the Dolphins. And that doesn't mean they're going to win the Super Bowl. But what my producer, Kent, who does a great job of coming up with ideas for this stuff, he was like, well, who would you think of? And he gave me 16. The Browns were actually one of them. And I was like, I started to think about it. And I was like, all right, like, who checks the most boxes? So the Dolphins have kind of this iconic brand, but this iconic brand that really hasn't, like, lived up to that for a long time, right? So that exists. They didn't change the uniforms. They'd have the iconic uniforms, too. They were dominant in the early 70s, right? Then they got a superstar in the 80s, Marino for the Dolphins, Ewing for the Knicks, okay? They became really good teams thereafter for an extended period of time. Then in the 90s, to try to get a championship with that superstar, they went and hired an iconic coach. It was Jimmy Johnson for the Dolphins, and that was Pat Riley for the Knicks. And then they went into this period of just what the hell are they doing through the 2000s and the 2010s, but they each had like a little blip in there, and it was the Wildcat, like a weird blip, right? So it was the Wildcat, which was actually like a pivotal thing in the NFL for the Dolphins, and then Linsanity for the Knicks. And now you could even say, do the Dolphins have like an undervalued star coming with Malik Willis? And this is stretching it. Like, this would be to be projecting, but like if you really nailed it the way that the Jets and Knicks did with Jalen Brunson, that would be Malik Willis, right? Who like is coming from another team that maybe didn't, where he had flashed, but he didn't maybe show like that he's got that sort of ceiling. So anyway, it's not perfect, but I don't know. What do you guys think?
I mean, it's tough. I thought the Bills were a pretty good one, a good choice, all things considered, because you'd have a new head coach, you'd have a guy that's people are wondering, is he going to get to the mountaintop? Is he not going to get to the mountaintop? There's a lot of previous, in this case, Super Bowl losses that kind of just seep in the back of your mind. The same way for Knicks fans, you got 99 and 94. Like, to me, that feels like the best.
Okay. I just like the Dolphins. It like lines up historically so nicely.
Well, you got the iconic side of it right, I think. Like, the Bills aren't iconic enough for me, whereas the Dolphins kind of is.
Yeah, and like I honestly feel like with the Dolphins, like all the stuff we heard about with the Knicks, like that hasn't really been earned lately. You know what I mean? Like it's just like that's New Yorkers thinking they're, you know what, doesn't stink. You know what I mean? Like so there's a little bit of that with the Dolphins too, where it's like I mean you think from your childhood that was like one of the iconic teams, but it really hasn't been earned lately.
Albert, great stuff, buddy. Really appreciate you. Solid stuff on the Sorsby stuff. We'll catch up with you next week.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Albert Breer there on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Great stuff with him. We'll react to his thoughts on the Sorsby situation in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
While the Guardians are no longer at the top of the
to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. What round do you think he'll actually end up going in the supplemental draft?
Second, that'd be my guess. I think a first rounder is probably too rich. Although, I think if you're like the Steelers, you have to investigate it because where are you going to be picking that high? And then I think you get into the teams like the Jets, the Browns, the Dolphins, the Cardinals, where those teams didn't take quarterbacks high this year. Those teams still kind of have a little murkiness about their future at the position. And if you're one of those teams, I kind of look at it and say, why wouldn't you throw a second rounder at that? And this is presuming that you see him the way that I described him, which not everybody does. But if you see him that way, isn't it enticing? Let's just say from the Browns' perspective, isn't it enticing the idea that if you flip the second rounder for him, if you hit, then next year you can turn around and draft Jeremiah Smith?
Albert Breer of the MMQB walking us through his thoughts on where Brennan Sorsby will be drafted. This is going to be just, I dare say, fun to see not just where he gets drafted, but just big picture, how many teams actually put in a bid on him.
Yeah.
Because I would say that right off the rip, I can expect anywhere from 5 to 7 teams just being an absolute no, given their organization or their quarterback situation. Then I think there's probably another 10 to 12 teams that are some level of intrigued, probably half of which will end up on no. It just wouldn't surprise me, though, if 1/3 of the NFL ended up putting some level of a bid on him.
Aren't you doing yourself a football disservice to not throw a bid in the 4th or 5th round?
Yeah. Even if
you know you don't have a chance. If you have a great quarterback, you could be the Chiefs and have Mahomes and Justin Fields as your backup, and I'd still throw a 5th round pick in there just in case.
I was thinking about a team like the Colts. The Colts don't have a first rounder next year because of the Sauce Gardner trade. So the highest they could go is a second rounder. Even if you're not sold to that degree because you don't want to be without a top 64 pick, a 4th rounder, and all of a sudden you have an heir apparent to Daniel Jones who's on this kind of bridge contract.
I just think you're basically an idiot as a GM if you don't throw a 4th or 5th round in there at some point. Just to say that, just in case it happens, it won't though. You have to know that it won't. But by the way, the Colts have better odds in Vegas for Sorsby than we do.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, we're actually not. We're very far down on this list. We're the 11th best odds to land Sorsby according to BetOnline.ag.
So we're the Donovan Mitchell of odds to land.
I can't tell. I saw a USA Today article earlier today. I opened up and they had the Browns as the 8th most likely option. I can't tell if people are just reading too much into a combination of Monken's comments and Mary Kay's reporting, and they're just saying it's done while not understanding that the Browns habitually lie and deceive as often as any team I've ever been around. But they don't really think that we're in this the way that I think we think that we're in this.
There's just so many teams I think are intriguing. I think the Lions, given John Dorsey's place there and John's kind of hand in picking, a lot of really good quarterbacks in the NFL, given that Jared Goff is now well into his 30s and if you've got a bridge to somebody you think can be a franchise quarterback, I think the Lions are really interesting. Mm-hmm. I think Tampa Bay is really interesting if you think this is your last year with Baker Mayfield.
Definitely.
Minnesota with the one-year situations with J.J. McCarthy and Kyler Murray.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to find the absolute no's, and
I can tell you who's last on the list. Maybe that'll help you.
Who's that?
The Commanders are last, dead last.
Okay, that makes sense.
Tied with the Titans and the Patriots and the Rams and the Raiders. Actually, there's 7 teams here. Ravens, Bills, Bears, Raiders, Rams, Patriots, Titans, and Commanders.
Yeah, those would be, I think, the 7 teams that I probably would have picked, right? You too?
Even within that, though, for a 4th, 5th, or 6th round pick, you still have to be in play, do you not?
Oh, for that, if you got to at least make a bid. If you're just thinking 6th round pick and you think he's a 1st round talent,
I mean, even the Raiders, like, you don't know that Mendoza is going to be awesome. All of a sudden, if Mendoza plays the first, couple years and it doesn't go great, if you had Sorsby in your back pocket, that's not the worst thing in life. I don't think it's awful to put a bid in. I'm
assuming those teams are going to use the old line of, we don't want to even upset the backup quarterback we have. Well, we don't want. I hate this mentality because it just means you think your quarterback's a soft batch cookie B. It's the we don't want to unnerve that quarterback by having a potential heir apparent in the room.
You're right. I hate that mentality too. I don't love that. The goal and how I would sell it to one of these better quarterbacks. Like if I was trying to sell this to Mahomes, it'd be the same thing I did with Justin Fields when they brought him in. It's like no one's taking your job. This is your job for as long as you want it. But you did get injured last year. We've seen you get injured before. Chad Henne came in and beat the Browns in a playoff game. Like, your backup quarterback can matter. It doesn't mean it matters in like a wide 10-game stretch, but in a 2-game stretch or even in a pivotal couple series in a playoff game, if you have to sit out for a couple plays, like, it does matter.
Where are the Steelers on that list?
The Steelers are okay. I'm going through all 32.
Count in
so
real time. That's kind of a B.
No. I overlooked them. They're fourth.
Oh,
yeah, they're fourth.
Oh, that's interesting.
They're 7-1. It goes Jets, Cardinals, Dolphins, Steelers, and then oddly enough, Falcons after that. But the Steelers, I think some people are thinking about whether or not this could be reality. Albert brought it up. It makes perfect sense if you're the Steelers to throw a grade in there. Could they be the team that gets desperate enough in this game of supplemental draft chicken that we're all going to play to be like, yeah, that's worth a first rounder for us?
The Steelers ownership is so
risk averse. I hear you.
I think that's what surprises me most about it. I have no doubt that if Mike McCarthy thinks Brennan Sorsby can be his Brett Favre or can be his Pat Mahomes or can be his Josh Allen, I have no doubt that Mike McCarthy is a no risky, no biscuit kind of guy, and he's willing to do what it takes. I'd be surprised if the Rooney's allowed it to happen.
I agree with that. It's not their nature. This is the same thing I had with the Lions too, though. And I think you bring up a great spot. I think Detroit makes a ton of sense. The Ford family doesn't operate that way. Mm-hmm. There's just some families around football and some ownerships around football that don't do this. The Steelers are one of them, even if I think we can all agree kind of is perfect for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, sit behind Rodgers for a year, and then it's Aller versus Sorsby versus we'll see if Will Howard's still there.
And you'd have to think Sorsby would have the leg up in that battle.
Oh, man, I realized if I said it, I was going to take a shot at Drew Aller. Move Drew Aller to the side.
Okay.
Because we know the Steelers like quarterbacks big and dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Is Sorsby big enough and dumb enough?
He's only 6'3".
It's true.
They like him 6'5".
Yeah, they are size queens out there in Pittsburgh.
They are. I think he's dumb enough based off of the lot of gambling that we have already accrued.
That's true.
I think there's not much of a case for him to be Einstein.
It'd be wild if they were like, he's too dumb. Right? Because they had Mason Rudolph, and he can barely...
There's no such thing.
He can barely talk.
Yeah, there's no such thing as too dumb. The dumber, the better.
He makes Forrest Gump look like Albert Einstein.
Now that's what we need. We need McCarthy to come out and say he reminds him of Forrest Gump. McCarthy, you want to talk about a couple of fries short of a Happy Meal.
Oh, man.
He might be the dumbest coach we've ever let coach in the NFL.
216-474 no, that was Freddie Kitchens. 216-474-0092.
Yeah, by a bullet too. Not even close. It's him, Tom Sula, and then McCarthy somewhere hanging out.
Relatable, that Freddie Kitchens.
Dumbest coach to win a Super Bowl?
McCarthy, yeah, probably.
Like not even a competition,
all
right?
Real quick, can anybody think of anybody dumber than McCarthy that's won a Super Bowl?
Sirianni,
I'm thinking about it.
Maybe.
Ooh, Sirianni's a good one. But he's got Sirianni's not just winning a Super Bowl. Sirianni's winning at a historic level. I think he's got almost
700 win percentage.
700 win percentage, which is insane.
It's like fourth all time.
Yeah, but he is dumb. He's got mouth breather tendencies. I don't want to say he's dumb. I'm going to put it in a much more scientific way so it doesn't sound as blunt. 216-474-0092. What would your reaction be if Sorsby was a Steeler instead of a Cleveland Brown? When we come back, more clarity on the Guardians injury situation. Not great, Bob. And one NBA writer thinks LeBron's chances are slipping away. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's
92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Meredith Kane.
Could Giannis or LeBron end up in Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
In case you miss it, coming up in just about 40 minutes' time, Nick and JP back with you. You guys missed a moment of our show today. Don't forget, you can watch all soon to be 5 hours back on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe. It's free after all. You like free things. Don't you like free things, JP?
I do. I can't believe anything's free in this economy.
I mean, and well, not just that, but free things that are quality.
I know. What's free these days?
Yeah.
Nothing's free these days.
You know,
of substance?
I thought you meant substances. I was like, those are definitely not free. You got to pay for those.
Although they kept telling us as a kid, it was like, oh, the big worry is that they're going to find a way to get into your candy and they're going to leave drugs in your candy. It's like, no, they're not.
Yeah.
They're not giving away the merchandise to, spook a 12-year-old? Like, that's such a fake thing.
Also, would have been the worst thing if I got a little substance at 12. That's all I'm saying.
In other countries, it's like, that's 21 for them.
Yeah, they're like, he's 12. He's a man now. Give him a six-pack and, go work 20 hours a day. That's how it goes. That's how you build character.
That's right. Yeah. No worries about character over there.
Well, I think my dad just wanted to take 10% of my candy.
Over there is. Well, he earned it. That's the dad tax.
Yeah. Well, no, but if you called the dad tax, it would have been fine. But under the guise of drugs, it's like, fella, I know where you keep your pot.
I mean, they really made that seem like that was a concern in life growing up. You know, you'd have like news reports on it and everything. Like, double check your kid's candy. You don't know what drugs are going to be in there. It's like they're not leaving drugs. There might be things in the candy. It's not drugs.
We get a yearly story on that.
Yes.
I don't consume a lot of news because, well, you've seen news. But when I do around Halloween, there's always one person that's like, drugs are back in the candy bowl, and I'm like, don't get my hopes up. You know,
all of a sudden you're dressing up in Halloween costumes, going to door to door. Is this the one that's going to be laced with something?
Yeah. Do you have the drugs here? I don't need the candy there.
You just stop saying trick or treat. You just say, do you have the drugs?
Yes. Yeah, because I'm collecting them to make sure they don't get to the kids because I'm very thoughtful.
That's right. But hey, one step at a time. You got this.
That's true. Now, NBA offseason rolling along. We talked about the Donovan Mitchell Ringer rankings. I thought it was interesting. Depending on what week it's been, we all have very different feelings on how much of a chance the Cavs really have at landing LeBron James. So, Sam Quinn, who yesterday provided us the content that gave us Donovan Mitchell as one of the fourth.
He's just like the only one working anymore.
Who knows if Sam actually even works anymore? It's just that's what they call ChatGPT.
It might be the case. I don't know. He's the only one that pumps out articles, I guess.
Yeah. But he gave the Cavs a 5% chance of landing LeBron James. I'm not telling you the chances are great. 5% felt a little...
Well,
I was a little insulting, honestly.
Yeah, I thought so too. I wouldn't have guessed 5%. Now, you saw Wendy's report today. Wendy was saying that he believes LeBron and the Lakers are negotiating because the Lakers are the only team that can negotiate with LeBron right now. Mm-hmm. And so then he took the leap of, well, I believe they're negotiating.
I think it's going to be really interesting to see what LeBron really wants because I know money is the biggest form of respect in any business, let alone the NBA.
Yeah.
And LeBron has always been about taking the best dollar he can get. I just look at it and I go, man, the second they traded for Luka, they treated you like dog bleep. I don't know how if you're LeBron you come back from that.
It's just the location. It's got nothing to do with, and they would know it too, it's got nothing to do with the setup, nothing to do with anything. It's the location. Los Angeles is what he wants. And so if Los Angeles is what he wants, then okay, fine. At some point, LeBron's going to get insulted that people don't ask Steph Curry to take these big, pay cuts. You don't ask Kevin Durant to take these pay cuts. You don't ask any of these older guys that are great in order to take these pay cuts. And LeBron's playing better than all of them, yet he's the one that has to take the pay cuts.
I just think when it comes to LeBron, the Lakers, again, and it was the second they traded for Luka. They kept him out of the offseason planning. They made Luka kind of the focal point
that they had,
and then there were other things, and just whether it was contract extension talks, all these things, they've treated him worse the last year and a half than any other organization ever did.
But they still let him pick his head coach, and he's still there in J.J. Redick. So, like, there is something there. They still let Bronny play, and not only play, but he gets actual minutes. Like, there's some.
I like the way you put that. They let Bronny exist.
There's some concessions that they've made, and there's some things that at least tilted in the Lakers' favor from that regard. They haven't, as much as they have pushed him out the door, they've done enough things that if you're LeBron at 42 years old, you're like, all right, I can ride it out here.
There's just a part of me that would be surprised. And I honestly think LeBron took the third role in LA last year out of spite, not for the NBA intelligentsia who said he couldn't do it, but out of spite for the Lakers. I think there was you don't think I can play this role? Bleep you, here's what I'm going to do. And then I think LeBron doubled down on his own greatness by carrying that Lakers team without Luka, without Austin Reeves to the second round of the playoffs.
If you're playing for the Lakers, I don't understand what the point is. That's where I have a hard time with it, is that if you're in Los Angeles on Luka's team, I don't understand the point for LeBron. If you're going to do what you did last year, where, again, even in that playoff series against Houston, there's some good things that he did in that. He didn't have a chance in the second round, okay? He didn't have a chance. And so I just don't understand the point.
Yeah, I love that, because there's something, Luka has already transcended to a level that when you're there, you get the credit for winning. And when it's seen as your team and you're that guy, you get the credit for winning no matter who's around you. And I know LeBron likes to admit that doesn't bug him. If LeBron came back to Cleveland and won, no matter what the deal was, but he's playing with Donovan Mitchell, Donovan's going to get a fair amount of that credit. I think LeBron's going to get a healthy share of that versus what would happen in LA.
In no other place would he get more credit for not being the number one on his team.
Yeah.
Now, there's not a place in the world that exists and that setup exists. And especially since you can legitimately point to why this situation here would have changed. Right now, we're all saying they can't get over the hump. They can't do it. You add LeBron, and then we go to the finals and win the finals. It's obvious what the replacement is. It's obvious what the difference is. Like, it's funny, like the Knicks, for instance. The obvious difference why Mike Brown is getting so much credit is because there's nothing else they could have pointed to. Like, that was it. They made all the roster adjustments. They changed. They ran it all back. The only thing that changed was Mike Brown, and they're getting credit based off of that. And the style of play that changed because of what Mike Brown did, he's getting a lot of credit. Like, this is the same thing that would happen for LeBron here.
And like you, I still don't get the Golden State thing either.
No, he's just trying to piss people off.
Just trying to be two kids from Akron playing in Oakland.
Two kids from Akron. Yeah, he's just trying to make some people mad.
And here's the thing. I also, because it's LeBron, I can't discount that he would actually do it. Right?
No, we can't.
It seems so far-fetched. Well, and there's the Jimmy Butler for LeBron sign and trade you could do.
Well, and he loves Draymond. Him and Draymond are buddies. I don't know why they're such great buddies, but they're great buddies. And, like, he's always had a great respect for Steph. Like, it's not crazy. I just don't see it happening, and it definitely would piss me off. And other people are like, oh, well, you're like a 2-hour plane ride away from California. It's still a 2-hour plane ride.
Yeah.
Or however far that is. I don't even know how far it actually is, but I saw someone
San
making
Fran
that,
to LA.
Yeah, I saw someone making that point the other day. It's like a plane ride away, and it's not that far. It's like, that still sounds exhausting.
I've never done it, but 2 hours sounds right.
For what? You're not winning a title in Golden State.
Yeah, I think I think inevitably that's where I get frustrated. Like, I know LeBron at some point just decided my legacy is what it is. And his legacy is going to be longevity versus the amount of titles he's won. 5 titles, right? I get that. The sheer amount of finals appearances is another part of it. Man, it's like, you know what'd be nice? A 6th title. And I continue to come back to it. I think next year specifically, LeBron plugging into this team.
He'd be going for 5.
Oh, yeah. Wait. 2 in Miami. Okay, yeah, sorry. Going for 5.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I spotted him one in Miami.
Just giving him bonus titles.
At this point, are we sure he only had 4? Yes, we are.
You actually count the bubble one as 2. Some people
true.
count it as a half.
Well,
you give him twice the credit.
You forgot about the in-season tournament? Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. He won the very first, the inaugural.
They raised the banner.
He won the inaugural.
Yeah, so
Which, in hindsight, have we not given enough credit to the Knicks for beating the Spurs twice for championships this year?
Sir, I brought this up
Oh yeah, you're the only one that
NBA Finals.
You're the only one that acknowledged.
And you were like, "This has no prestige."
It does have no prestige.
You Wemby'd
it has no prestige.
It out of my
I know
face.
it's got no prestige.
And now you're like, "Well, now they beat him twice. There's some real prestige
There's
here."
no prestige to it. I
You'll
was
just
playing
find a
along with
different
the, I was
synonym
playing
for
along
prestige.
with the cup bit. There's no prestige to it.
You're a cupper.
Actually, the fact that nobody brought it up speaks to the idea that there's no prestige in winning the cup.
I brought it up.
Other people did bring it up, though. They did.
Yeah,
they really did.
They did.
Yeah, they did. It's such a
But
silly
I did
little
a better
thing.
point
it's
of
like,
bringing it up.
They beat the Spurs in the cup, and then they also beat them in the finals. This is fantastic. It's like nobody cares.
I always knew you were an undercover cupper.
Nobody cares. I'm not a cupper. I am a streaker.
But
I'm not a cupper.
In the right mood, the right amount of alcohol, you'll be a cupper and a streaker. I know you.
Mm-hmm.
But getting back to LeBron, I can't believe that the guy who was so hell-bent on chasing titles, that he's done all the things that he's done, and then going into year 24, he'll be like, yeah, I'll say a place where nobody really likes me, where nobody really wants me, where nobody really respects me, but because I can make $10 million more here than I can in Cleveland.
If we're 5%, do you have the list pulled up? I didn't actually ever see the list. Sam Quinn
he's
just putting too much content out there.
I'm trusting.
I don't know what to.
I'm trusting Jake Murren.
Jake on this. Actually, new bit. Jake just makes up just random numbers and just credits them to Sam Quinn, knowing that we're not going to actually Google the article.
Works for John Hollinger.
Oh, stop it.
That was mean. All right, so Lakers 40% chance. Golden State, 30%. Bleep you, Sam Quinn. Retirement, 20% chance.
Oh, great. So we're 15% behind retirement.
5% for the Cavs.
That's great.
3% for the Clippers. Now we're getting personal.
We're 15% below. I don't ever want to play the sport again.
1% for Miami and 1% for the Spurs.
Well, you just couldn't roll it out. He just couldn't. He couldn't roll it out.
I think the Cavs are being massively disrespected here. 5% as a. The Clippers get 3%?
The Spurs thing is never going to happen. But I really do wonder why someone like Steph or someone that is, or even like just a great player at the end of their career isn't just seeing what the Spurs have and like, I'll take the league minimum and do this.
All right. So
the old Karl Malone, but
Steph
except with talent.
Specifically with the Spurs.
Why not? With 3-point shooting is what they need, obviously.
Would just be lethal.
And it would be a cheat code among cheat codes. You just rack up wins. You'd rack up titles.
You realize.
Just do it.
You realize.
I know we're joking, but I'm not.
You realize Wemby and Steph walking in the court together would be like the island of misfit toys. Like, oh my gosh, what's the other island? Oh my gosh, Steph Curry would be Tattoo, and Hervé Villachet, and Wemby would be with the guys that was Jaws. I'm making references that are from a 50-year-old TV show and a Hispanic little person that's been dead for 30 years. You can see why we make the money we do here. Yeah.
Is that right? What was the Daryl? Daryl got into a reference with Mennigan the other day, and it was one of those where Daryl said it, but I think he's so used to Padone just getting no TV references that he assumes when he says it, it's just not going to hit.
Yeah.
And then Mennigan not only had it, and this is like another 50-year-old reference. Mennigan not only had it, but like one-upped it.
Yeah.
It might have acted as if Daryl just gave him $1 million.
Yeah.
That was the greatest thing that's ever happened to Daryl.
You could mention something that was popular 5 years ago, and Padone wouldn't get it.
I know.
I'm fairly convinced that man lives a monastic life.
He might.
Like I know he's got a girlfriend. I believe he's celibate.
Fiance.
That too. I believe he's celibate. I believe he only watches Cleveland sports.
I do believe he watches a lot of Cleveland sports.
I believe he just lives a very Gumpian, to quote Pat Murphy, the Brewers manager, a Gumpian lifestyle.
Shrimp. Would you do the Wemby off-season monk, go live with the monks for like a month and try to like clear your head?
You realize how quickly they would run my ass out of town?
How long would you last? Coming from the guy that I think yesterday you said you wouldn't last, how long for $1 billion?
10 weeks without Boom Boom Town.
10 weeks without Boom Boom Town?
Yeah. No, thank you.
I think if you're going the monk life, isn't that part of the agreement? Like,
I don't think you do it with other people. I think you're okay to keep it by yourself.
Maybe that's part of the challenge. I don't know.
I'll tell you this right now. They better sleep with open doors if they claim they don't do that.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
is that right?
Yeah. I'm gonna be popping in there. It's 3:00 in the morning. What are you doing, Larry? Huh? A hand check.
You thought we took the handshake out of the NBA. Here we are.
Yeah, 10 weeks without that, my ass. 216-474-0092. Sam Quinn gives the Cavs a 5% chance of landing LeBron. Too high, too low, or just right. And first pitch, not first pitchers, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey.
Quiet, please.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
I might have done a bad thing.
Yeah? What's that?
Yeah. I occasionally, impulse control had to be kind of a thing for a morbidly obese person. And I've been looking at, Facebook has been trying to get me to be John Calavita's Facebook friend.
Yeah.
For a long time now.
You've made fun of his baseball photo on there.
Yeah. Well, but I haven't publicly talked about the fact that since Facebook, about 3 months ago, they started being like, you should try and add him as a friend. And I'm like, I don't think we're there yet. But
how quick are you to add people as friends? I never add friends.
I mean, John and I think have talked once. Like
I've never talked to him.
If he friend requested me, I would accept it. I don't know. I'm soliciting it yet. You know what I mean? Like
I'm trying to see like who is in my requested friends, or not requested friends, but who do they recommend for me?
I've got like a list of like 100 people that are still to be confirmed.
Oh yeah.
But if you work with us, you automatically get a pass go. I don't. No,
go
but
to look all that. And how do I find the recommended friends?
I don't know. I
sometimes it just pops up, but now I need it and it's not there.
Yeah, usually you just scroll a little bit and then you end up finding it.
Yeah, I'm scrolling for days right now. I got nothing.
Look, I scrolled down 5 things. There's Corey.
I told you the other day, Michelle Beadle
Laura.
popped up on mine.
Michelle Beadle's popped up on mine.
Because she's friends with Lima.
Yeah, and I'd be like, well, I feel like this would be inappropriate to try and be friends with Michelle Beadle.
You think so?
Yeah, because I'm a weird 40-year-old married guy that has no other connection other than I've interviewed her like 7 times.
I didn't hit request friend button. I didn't do that.
Yeah.
I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. Now, again, if she friend requested me, I would accept it. We like Michelle Beadle, but I just think it's weird if I was the guy reaching out for that.
I think Mac and I just became Facebook friends like a week ago.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Who requested who?
I told you I don't request friends.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I wasn't listening when you said it that one time.
Yeah. So it's been years. It's been actual years since I've friend requested. I'm just out of that business right now.
So I've been seeing this John Calavito add friend, people you may know crap for a minute.
Yeah.
And
I'm happy you got there, Mac.
And here's the thing. I wasn't sure if the morning show knew about this because the morning show gave the former producer Mitch all kinds of hell for all kinds of baseball stuff. Well, today I was just like, well, now I got to know. And so I screen grabbed it and I sent it to Lima and said, are you aware of this being his Facebook pic?
Mm-hmm.
And I got an oh my God in return. So my bad, John. The chances are you're going to hear about this one probably as soon as tomorrow morning. Good luck with that.
Give it to me! Give it to me!
I got to see the pic now. And this is not only just for me. This is for anybody that wants to look this pic up now. How do you spell his last name?
Colavita. There it is.
Oh, he's in the stance and everything. He's got the leg kick.
Yeah, it's from 2019.
Is that a wooden bat, too? Is he in a wooden bat league?
It is a wooden bat.
He's in a wooden bat league?
Yeah, but no, it's from 2019.
What team is he playing for? It's not a high school because no one does wooden bats in high school.
I mean, we did wooden bats when I was in high school.
Summer ball?
No. Like, there's wooden bat leagues. Like, I did wooden bat leagues in high school, but, like, the actual high school baseball.
Yeah. Yeah, our team was the only one that did wooden bats.
Why?
Coach wanted to do wooden bats.
Hold on a second. But your whole high school, you all played with wooden bats?
At least I know my junior year, our team had wooden bats the entire year.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Well, that's why Coach wasn't back for senior year.
Not only from like a cost thing, you're just robbing yourself. Oh, let me play the game at a disadvantage relative to everybody else. What a dum-dum. I don't even want to. I never want to meet this coach. What was the coach's
name so he can know?
He's still there. He's still there.
What an idiot.
Shout out Coach Gaynor.
Were you guys all like, why are we intentionally sabotaging ourselves? It's like,
they were 11th graders.
Why don't you give the other team steroids while you're at it too? Like, are you going to give all these guys these leg ups? What are we talking about?
Well, it was Cleveland Athletics. I'm sure there were some steroids there. Was that a D move, sending that to Lima?
No. Why would that be a D move? You're in the content business. You're trying to create content in many ways for them, and you're giving them a leg up. Now, did you help out John? No, but John did this to himself. It's been his profile pic for 6 years. Like that's on you, buddy. Also, if it's been your profile pic for like 6 years, you're probably not embarrassed by it.
Also, my thinking is his confidence seems unassailable. Like, they've had so many nice producers there that it was like, that person's too nice to be their producer. And then 2 years later, sure enough, Bob's your uncle. There we go. I think John is immune to his confidence being broken.
Maybe. I kind of hope you guys start a grudge match, though, because of it.
Me and John?
I'm prepared for you and John. I'm prepared for John to be really pissed about this. And then try to take it out on you. Instead of taking it out on people that he should, which is Anthony and Ken and what they do with it, he'll take it out on you.
What's John's line going to be about me? You're fat? Ooh, nailed it there.
I don't know what his line is going to be, but I'm curious to find out.
I kind of am, too. It's been a while since I've sparred. I've been really nice in the month of June.
What's his curveball? Pun intended, because he's a baseball guy now.
I don't think there is. I think when I have so many things that are just obvious about me, namely the fat thing, that it's like you don't have to develop the curveball. Like, Nick, you're fat is a 101-mile-an-hour fastball with movement on it. You don't really need to go to a second pitch.
But it's not.
You don't need a slurve. Although I'd take a slurve.
Yeah. I feel like you get so in front of the obese thing that there's no one that can actually hurt you with that.
It does just not stop social media from trying.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
That's unfortunate.
You could do the dead grandma thing. That'd sting right now.
Yeah?
Yeah. But then I'd.
That's just rude.
But it would sting.
Yeah,
you almost have to go when somebody is.
We don't even know his grandparents' situation. Like if I was like, oh, hey, dead grandma or something like that, like, okay, you had your whole life living with grandparents, though. I didn't even have grandparents to hang out with.
Yeah, but you knew Neg Mama, it'd be worse.
Now who's the real loser of the group?
And your wife is half Hungarian.
That's right.
So that'd be hungy on hungy crime, and
we don't do that.
I can't stand that.
We don't do that around these parts.
No. Now, this being said, John Calavita's baseball picture is also his Facebook avatar. And the Guardians play some baseball tonight. That's called a segue. They've got Milwaukee. We did find out today Angel Martinez on the 10-day IL with a non-displaced fracture in his left foot. Hosey had successful surgery on his hand today, out 5 to 7 weeks, while Harold Reynolds was talking about the Gardos and how they're going to do without Jose Ramirez on MLB Network.
I don't see it happening. They're going to hang around, but they're going to have to do it for, it's proven now, 4 to 6 weeks. We watched a number of guys even this season come back, but he's just too much. And it's not just the production on the field, it's the leadership. This guy brings a moxie, a character, everything. So it's going to be hard to do. I love what the young guys are doing, and maybe guys have stepped in their game a little higher, but that's the tough one.
So here's the thing. It's not wrong to doubt the Guardians without Hosey. But Harold pretty consistently doubts the Guardians, which makes me want to hit the bleep you switch.
That's fair. I understand that. Have you seen our starting lineup for tonight?
Yes, it's a starting lineup.
It's a starting lineup. Too much Fairchild is what I always like to say.
Yeah, I don't get that. I don't get their fascination with Stuart Fairchild.
I mean, your 6, 7, 8, 9 is Fairchild, Kwan, Arias, Hedges. It's not a good lineup. And then like even the Petey Halpin stuff. We're back to bringing Petey up. Like Petey's the answer in all this. There's like 4 different guys.
Petey's never the answer.
There's like 4 different guys, and Ralphie and Watson and Ingo. There's so many guys you could have brought up in this scenario. The idea that they just went back to Petey Halpin, that's very uninspiring.
Do you think that Cernetti thought, I just really missed the offense from like 2024? Like lefties that can't hit for bleep.
I don't know what they're doing.
Like, Stewart. Oh, by the way, Stewart is also a righty that can't hit for bleep. We just don't have enough anemic batters in this lineup.
I saw one of the Guardians people that just kind of like one of these people that just always talk about the Guardians online, and they were just talking, and they're like, oh yeah, but the Guardians like to have the families in, and to make sure that the major league debut is a big affair, and maybe they couldn't get everyone's families in time, or they want to make it in front of a home crowd instead of in Milwaukee. What an unserious franchise you are if you're considering that.
Yeah, I don't think that's
like
the
what
case.
An unserious franchise you are if you think that's a reason why. No, they're not calling up. They're not calling them up because they don't want to right now, and it makes no sense to me. We don't need to watch Petey Halpin play baseball.
Okay, but the Guardians disagree, and
I'm telling them they're wrong. In a season that is built on let's get up the young guys, let's let these guys play, there's never been a more prime opportunity to just keep going to that well. Let's see what some of these guys can do. Let's see what I don't need to watch Fairchild play baseball. I don't need to watch Petey Halpin play baseball.
But he is one of the young guys.
Like he's one of the young guys that suck. I don't need to watch those guys. You have enough guys in AAA that I'm excited about, that I want to see play, that I want to see on the roster. This isn't it, Guardians.
I just don't understand, to get back to the Harold Reynolds thing, how the Guardians haven't earned a benefit of the doubt for the countless calamities. I mean, obviously it's been mostly pitching, but thinking back to Shane Bieber, thinking back to Tristan McKenzie, thinking back to the countless injuries, losing Emmanuel Clase, and then just going off and, having a generational run at the end of September that gets you into the playoffs. Like, this team has lost pretty consistently great players, or the trade of Josh Naylor even. And every time they have delivered. And so I just think, like, if this was 3 months, maybe I'd be more panicky. But I think at some point Harold Reynolds needs to understand the Guardians are just a really well-run organization. It doesn't matter if it's Petey Halpin or Paul O'Neill in his prime. Somehow they still are going to find a way to be competitive in this stretch.
Somehow they do. Somehow they always do. And it might be the fact that the American League is what it is this year, but they always end up finding a way. I have a lot of doubts over what's going to happen over the next few weeks. But, by the way, Zach Sweet, who's in for the MLB.com reporter, Stebbins, this week, he's saying Stephen Vogt did speak on Chase DeLauder before the game.
Oh.
And the imaging showed bone bruising and a small fracture. So they're considering him day-to-day. And he could play through it depending on the tolerance, but the IL does remain on the table.
3 injuries like that. Angel Martinez, Chase DeLauder, and Hosey, all in one game. Honestly, what are the odds?
Very, very tiny.
Even 2 is such to have it happen within 5 innings is just, I'm just not pissed. I'm pissed at the sports gods.
I know you're setting this up for this to be some sports god thing, and I just can't get along with it. It's just not real.
Sports gods and Dennis Schroeder, 2 things we just can't see eye to eye on. 216-474-0092. Harold Reynolds doubting the Guardians. Have the Guardians earned the benefit of the doubt? Harold thinks not. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Feel the power this month and beyond, because if you're looking at new trucks this month, deep down in places you don't want to talk about, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. And listen, I'm a Ram guy, but a couple years ago, I became a Ram guy because I did
at 60 months, 0 interest. 330-920-4494 or go to WeatherSealHomeservices.com.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Final segment of the show. Big thanks to our guest today, Pete Fiutak, College Football News. Not in on Brennan Sorsby.
All the way out, I would say.
But all the way in on Carson Beck. 10 toes down, standing on business with Pete Fiutak at 4:20. Albert Breer at about 5:25 today. Strong stuff on Sorsby, saying he expects Sorsby will be in the supplemental draft, but didn't have a direction on the suspension or potential suspension. And mentioned plenty of teams he thought would be in, and whether the Browns would be in on Brennan Sorsby. So it has been Brennan Sorsby day, and while we curse them for the Guardians injuries, we do thank them for the Brennan Sorsby situation there. If you missed a moment of the show, watch all 5 hours back on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe there. It is free after all. And ring that bell. Not you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito.
Suck it, Cornlito.
And, of course, like our videos. We like to be liked around these parts. But let's go ahead and get into quick hits. Or in case you missed it, which is what we call the bit.
We're kind of high, man. I mean, you know.
Missed the title.
I'm back at 2:40. We ran a promo at 6:38 that was back on June 3rd. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
I disagree with Nick Costos. I would just stay away from Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals.
Don't you know who won Game 2?
Well, yeah, but that's why I'd stay away. I was one putting action on it because it's already happened.
I'd bet on the action that you know is going to happen.
And that promo is already happened.
Now, was he right in the promo or no? I don't know what happened in Game 2 of the NHL Finals.
I've heard the promo since June 3rd.
And what happened? What's his prediction, and then what happens?
I don't recall, because the second I hear, "What's up, everybody?"
Yeah.
I check all the way out.
Okay, because you can make a lot of money if you found a sports book that thought it was ahead of Game 2.
Oh, I'd do a
and
biff.
you had this answer.
Oh, if I could do a biff from
Back to the Future.
Back to the Future.
We're doing, so that's a 40-year reference. We're getting better.
That's right.
We're getting better.
What's up, everybody?
Okay. Jose Alvarado. Grand Theft Alvarado is what they call him around these parts.
Mm-hmm.
He was on Wake Up Barstool today, and he was discussing the idea that Dolan came in and told him 10 weeks you can't do any of that. I don't
boom boom?
I don't even know how to describe it safely. The boom boom, great way to speak. Okay. So anyways, this is him answering that. Here we go.
Did anyone on the team take James Dolan's pleas to not have sex for the entire playoff run?
It's a good question.
Oh, you didn't. Man. No, you didn't.
No,
Jay! What? The boss told me.
He said sacrifice. We want sacrifice.
They're going to let this thing go as if they actually all abided by it, aren't they?
They are, and I'm here to call them out every time they say they did.
He seemed like he was very we've been maintaining.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I know.
That's the thing that, like, in the 30 for 30, 15 years from now, the guys are like, I did, I didn't. I said I did, but I didn't. Because it's myth making. That's what we're doing.
I'm just trying to think of, because you always get these stories so many years later, and they go around the round table. But on that note, like you saw, like even Cavs players all together today golfing, thinking about the 2016 finals. Like they do these things. If in 10 years, if we find out the answers, I don't want to know.
I feel like if I was in that locker room, my line, and I was single, got to lead with that.
Yeah.
My line to Dolan would be, I'll go without 10 weeks. But when we win the NBA championship, I just want a very well-lit Madison Square Garden and just 20, 30 of the finest New York City women. And you
30?
just let, well, I'm not going to get all of them, right? But I don't just want one. There's 15 guys on the team. You count the assistant coaches, that's another couple.
Oh, you're spreading the love.
Well, yeah. Well, if I don't spread the love for 10 weeks, I'm sure as hell going to do it after winning the championship.
Your request is a massive orgy?
I mean, when you put it like that, that's very crude.
I'm horny.
I know, but I'm trying
these are all
I
ifs.
can't describe it any other way than what you just described.
These are all ifs.
You said you'd ask for 30.
If I was single.
You're spreading around the love, and you're just I don't even know a safe word for that.
I don't think there's a lot of intertwined bodies. I think there's a lot of one-on-one, man-to-man, as it were.
All in Madison Square Garden?
Is this a three-way?
All right. I want a big bed the size of Madison Square Garden's court. And you just let the team in there. We'll work it out. Looking at you, Karl Anthony Towns.
Some get a parade, some
That's
get a
true.
sex party. Like, I guess I don't different strokes for different folks.
By the way,
Easy now. I was trying to find it. I googled safe way to say and I'm not
To say
having.
oh?
I'm not having. You know what I mean?
You just said orgy.
I'm not. Yep. No, we're done with that.
We're not that kind of show.
We're not that kind of multi-participant sex.
You know,
that's what we need to be pushing here.
You know, I gotta say, I feel like if you're saying multi-participant sex, you're not
is what
participating.
that's what they're going for.
Yeah.
You and your 20 to 30 women that you're requesting from Dolan.
Hey, ladies, who's ready for a little multi-participant action here?
Is this a three-way?
Maybe someone that would ask for 20 to 30 of New York's finest women on the chance of a championship.
You know, Jelly Roll getting divorced.
That's just the lifestyle, Nick.
That means maybe Miss Bunny, maybe she's back in the game. Back in the pay-to-play game.
All right, you're 29 short of your request now. Bing bong.
Oh, I got to name all 29? I'm sure there's a Kardashian in there.
Yeah, maybe just one. Maybe throw a Jenner in there as well. We'll get to 30.
Oh, come
Whoa,
on.
no, they're too classy.
Come on.
I hope somebody brings a succulent.
They only do that if it makes their career go better,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, Chalamet shows up.
Pity me, please. Like, don't you have somewhere else to be, like the set of Dune 3, you absolute tool bag? He's a great kid. Great kid. He carries around a championship. He looks like he's 12.
He does look like he's 12.
Yeah. Yep.
But when he's like 50,
he'll still look 12.
He'll look like 21.
Yeah.
And then he's going to get all these prime roles once again.
Meanwhile, I'm 40 and look 75. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Made up for earlier. Feeling a little bit better now. That Schroeder thing got it all out of my system. Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Meredith Kane. JP, today was a show.
It was. Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
We'll see what breaking news falls across the desk or across the desk. I was thinking about Bunny.
Bing bong.
I was thinking about the post-championship fun.
What happened?
Multi-participants.
There we go.
I'm horny. You
Is
should
this
gotta
a
pay extra
three-way?
for that. We don't talk like that, though. We're not that kind of show. We are. See you guys tomorrow, too.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.